Sup, dog? How you be? Thanks for stopping by. We're making paint tomorrow, by the way, Trish, on stream. So if you want to see oil paint being made, stop by tomorrow. I'm gonna start an hour earlier, but it's gonna go fairly long. So, and that's all I'm gonna be doing tomorrow. So it's gonna start 4 o'clock Central, because I have some European friends that want to see it. I know, so fancy. I did a test tube, as you should. So I made that brown that you can see. It's Italian burnt umber, but that was a test run that we did. You're also supposed to wear one of those like fancy masks to hide your identity as well. Made of latex. God, that'd be so uncomfortable. Do people find latex comfortable? I know there's like a sexual infatuation with it, but does that mean it's comfortable? You sleep in it. Oh, I didn't know that. Now, I wonder if that's like brain chemistry related. Like, you know, like how like attraction to feet is actually like related to like your brain function. Yeah, oh, actually, you're a good person to help me pick out. I was trying to pick between 3 different references. So, I'm considering this one, or this one. Which one do you like the best? Okay, so you like these 2 the best? This one or this one? Sorry, I'll leave it. So is it this one or the other one? This one? See, I was leaning towards the other one. But I hadn't decided yet. How will this affect your support of the channel? Hi, Leah. Thanks for stopping by. Can I get your opinion on which reference to do? Or I'll say which reference you like the best. So we'll call this one number 1. This one number 2. And this one number 3. You missed number 1? Okay. Number 1 is this one. I like the one with the mushrooms too. Wow, that's 2 votes for this one. Okay. All right. I will do this one. Now that I got 2 votes. There you go, Trish. And Leo. And it got the dog's vote too? Alright, alright. You win. You always do. Can't disagree with the dog. Oh yeah, so Leah, I did a test. A test tube. This was Italian burnt umber. The focus isn't great, but so I tested out my process with this. So we got that much made, which wasn't actually that much of the pigment. And this is not drugs. This is not a kilogram of cocaine. This is a kilogram of titanium white pigment. I swear it's not drugs. But that is our that's our titanium white pigment. I know. Well, so the reason why I bought a kilogram of it was because they didn't have their smaller versions available, and that amount was only like $48. It was something like that. And, you know, this tube, which that bag can at least make 25 of these, this tube is around $13 for me. So it's like, and that pigment is very high quality. That's the stuff Rublev uses. So it's like, or I'm confident in the quality of it. So yeah, I mean, I go through white pretty fast. Because the stuff that needs white needs a lot of white. But also, like, my weakest mixing color is my blue, my ultramarine blue. But I don't have to use it in the quantities that I have to use white in. I also use a decent amount of black. But so yeah, we got so if you remember my XL sheet though, so like I got 2 ultramarine blues. I got the red shade and the green shade. They look the same here, but I'm curious how they'll look when there's oil in there. I have like 8 different burnt umbers. I have bone black and titanium white, and my yellow should arrive tomorrow. I had to get the yellow from somewhere else. But Oh, do you want me to go into the I don't know if you're busy or not now, so I apologize. I know you said you were painting. Do you want me to go over that fat versus lean principle? I had an unintentional study day yesterday where I just ended up learning a lot. I actually don't own Viridian. I used to use Viridian. But if I need stronger greens, I'll cool. Yeah, if you want me, I can start talking. It shouldn't take that long, the principle of it. So, I was watching a lot of, and reading a bunch of stuff from Rublev and Natural Pigments yesterday, and they had a video dedicated to the fat over lean principle, because a lot of people misunderstand it and misexplain it. So, what the fat over lean principle actually has nothing to do with solvent and oil in the context of layering over each other. What the fat over lean principle is related to is the pigment density of your layers. So whenever you add a medium, whether that be oils and or solvents and or a mixture of them, you're diluting the pigment density of the paint you're putting on the canvas. And essentially, you don't want to put a lower pigment density over a higher pigment density. So it's actually by like chemistry and in how the oil bonds form in dry, you are it doesn't matter if you put like oil or solvent with regards to like over each other or under each other. So they got into glazing quite a bit. So with glazing, they say that is in the method that is taught, where you make it really loose, it is detrimental to the last layer. However, if you let the paint layer before it completely dry, you are all right. But what they do recommend, they said, if you are like completely dry, mind you, not like dry to the touch. However, they said if you glaze with specifically like an impasto medium or a Velasquez medium, that since that actually does not really lower the pigment density because of the stuff inside of it, so if you use like an extender pigment, it actually works in that context. And that's what the Rublev people actually recommended to do. They're also very against solvents, just in general. Yep. So I also learned exactly how why sinking in happens. And it was actually quite interesting as well. Do you want to hear about that as well? Or why stuff dries matte? It'll be fairly quick as well. So sinking in happens because the gesso or the oil ground you have on there, when you expose it to solvent, what happens is it opens the solvent specifically, opens up the pores of the ground or the gesso, and it spreads out the oil and allows the oil to sink into it. So they said to stop it, and I tested it out on this stain, but I don't know if I used enough. They said to add stand oil or bodied oil mixed in with your solvent if you're doing a staining like this to adjust, to compensate for that issue. So essentially, the solvent changes how the gesso or the primer takes it in. Yeah. So that's what happens. So when you stain it with just solvent, that's the reason. And I'm actually, like, after listening to it, I'm actually like considering just not using solvent at all and just staining my canvases with an oil. like loosening, loosening my paints with just oil, and then letting it dry completely. So, because like recently I've been painting with just thick paint. I've actually had a pretty good time with it, or I've been enjoying it more than I thought I would. But yeah, I thought it was both very interesting things. One other thing that I don't know if you do this, and I'm not like, but if you were ever consider doing this, they say the weakest thing you could do for the longevity of your paints is to put a layer of varnish on it and paint over the layer of varnish, and then like put another, like, doing like layers of varnish and painting over that. They say that risks complete delamination of the paint film. They say no context is that ever a good thing for your paint. Yeah, so part of that moral is if you're using thinner paints over it, but like thin them with a slight amount of oil. But if you're doing a glazing technique, make sure that the layer is completely dry, and that can take months. But that's for the best, as far as the best oil film strength and like avoiding issues with delamination and so forth. What's up, Living the Meme? I did like 8 portraits in a row, and this first and foremost, I'm about learning, sir. Or ma'am. I believe sir, though. And Living the Meme, tomorrow's the paint making stream. Let me measure these greens really quickly and see if I need to bust out my teal. Yeah, they actually, Leah, they reiterated that the safest way of painting is thin layers of paint out of the tube. So they said that, like, yeah, obviously the Alla Prima method has no concerns with the fat overlaying principle. That's what I'm trying to do, Leo. I just need to get people to start buying my stuff. Alright, I don't think I need my teal for this. So that principle also, Leo, goes for oleo gel and solvent-free gel, so I'm actually using a solvent-free gel. Anytime you dilute your paint, it affects it. But however, if you only add a little bit, so like they say, like, if you add like a touch of oil, it's not a huge deal to paint over, but it's in the context of how a lot of people paint with like a lot of medium, that it becomes very relevant. I've been watching a lot of Arthur's YouTube stuff as well. So also, instead of using solvent for this stage, we're going to use a little bit of oil instead. No solvent. Yeah, I think it will be all right. I think a lot of it depends on if she puts like layers of solvent over her layers when she starts painting. I should go to. But I think if it gets to that point, I'll speak up. Yeah, I mean it's a valid. I think it's a valid concern. I'm doing well, living. How are you doing? Thanks for stopping by again. I hope you're doing well yourself. Yeah, I get that, Leo. Oh, good. Well, you were having an issue? I'm sorry about that. Ooh, that's a little bit. You're actually reminding me I need to get to the dentist, too. Oh, really? My old neighbor used to be one. But we actually didn't go to him for our like family dentist for some reason. But we were friends too. Yeah, no worries, Leo. Yeah, I was like thinking about you when I was watching this stuff, and not that like you wouldn't know, but like I'm like, oh, I need to make sure she hears this just in case. So yeah, whenever you want to talk, I'll be here. Oh, really? I wonder if it's because the just constant high pitch. Leah, my last, if you didn't see my kettle on fire, that one surprisingly went for 9 hours. So, unfortunately, it's always a possibility with me. I almost feel like this is, when I'm not using solvent, this becomes less of a, but I just want like a general outline. Yeah, I wonder, like, because, like, I never had a problem with the sound of those drills, but you always wonder if it, like, if that's the cause. I mean, it could always be something else, too. Right, that's not necessarily a direct correlation, but... See, I don't really need to bother sketching this other shit. It's just generally, like, the mushrooms that I want to keep in some proportion. Well, it's fantastic. I mean, if he has a waiting list of a year, that's probably a really good sign. Okay. I think that's all the sketch is going to be. I don't really have a reason to do anything more than this. Yeah, that's one of those things that's like, it's kind of not a bad idea to just do it and forget about it, and then they remind you like a week before. I mean, if it's not like a huge, if you don't have any immediate pain, it's probably not, you know, a bad idea. Especially getting a good dentist is like getting a good mechanic. Yeah. I remember when I was a kid and I got my braces off, that was like one of the most immaculate feelings I've ever had. But a good cleaning is similar. Yes, it's just that like that perfectly smooth, that perfectly smooth feeling. Nothing like it. I need to add some red or. Oh wow, that really came out. So here's an interesting thing living the meme is that the blacks on the outside, the darks on the outside are cooler and they go more towards a greenish yellow, where the darks in the inside of the mushrooms go towards red. So I'm actually going to keep track of that. I think that should affect how we see the blacks. You know, it's funny. My mom has been a water pick user my entire life, and so like, I've never gotten one. I tried it before, but I always get the heavy duty like Sonicare and stuff like that toothbrushes, and those have helped me quite a bit. It's technically black. Oh, really? Like you? I imagine you dilute it down, though, right? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that probably works well. Alright, so now what do we want to put in next? I think I want to do the dark greens next. Yeah, okay, let's do that. I think this brush is a little too soft for what I want to do. And maybe let's continue with this. Well, all 6 of my viewers, supposedly. Oh, that might change. Hi, everybody. There was 6. Holy shit, now we got 62. Thank you so much, Lady Armpit, Dia. Thank you, Ermineater. Thank you for the follow, Real W986. How's everybody doing? Breekit, thank you for the follow. Bad Hi, nice lady. Thank you so much. We are painting some mushrooms. I'm doing wonderful. I'm doing great, nice lady. By the way, yeah, so here, not drugs, titanium white pigment for tomorrow. Not drugs. Like, this is a kilogram. This is where you get all the paint tips. Ask me about pigments and paint. Not drugs, not drugs, I promise. I don't have a humongous problem. But we got, here's all 2 different ultramarines we're gonna test, blue and green shade. I got like 8 different burnt umbers that we're gonna test out. Here's one of them. It's always safety first, lady. I'll give plenty of safety tips as well tomorrow. Or if you want, you know, if people are hanging out. In the past, Webster, yes, I definitely have been. And Cat Lena? Or Lana? I have a problem seeing. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, what's it? In pigment form, most paint is most dangerous when you breathe it in. Okay? We're talking in pigment form. In oil binders, it's not significantly dangerous, but you always have to be careful with consumption. So the proven safety links are, for example, cadmiums are dangerous if inhaled. They have a proven cancer link when inhaled in pigment form. When you eat it, it actually doesn't have a proven cancer link. However, that doesn't mean you should go around eating cadmium paints. Yeah, there's, so like in umbers, in like raw umbers, burnt umbers, there is manganese in those, which is a heavy metal. Once again, horrible to inhale it. There's not a proven link of eating it, but that's because we don't have a good, reliable set of data for that. So stuff with like cobalts, the phthalo colors, PTHALO, all are dangerous in that capacity as well. So a lot of them don't have proven safety concerns when eaten, but the problem is if you like have dried paint around, that can flake off and can become particulate in the air, which is stuff you would like to avoid. So yeah, armpit. So when I'm doing this tomorrow, I will be using an N95 mask. So when I'm working with pigment, I'm going to be wearing an N95 mask, which is like certified to for dust respiration, for blocking the particulate. But once it's suspended in oil, that becomes much less of an issue. The following issue, when it becomes dry again and it like gets on you and you could possibly breathe it. So we also did a test run. I made a tube yesterday of burnt umber, of one of my burnt umbers, but just making sure I knew what to do exactly. So yeah. Don't snort cadmium. implore you, Ermine Eater. But thank you so much for the raid again. Here. Yes. Burnt umber till I die. None of that raw bullshit. Don't talk about raw umbers and raw siennas in here. Burnt umber till I die. You're very kind. But I swear, if anyone starts talking about how they love raw umbers, I'm getting banned. You're welcome, living the meme. I'll school anybody else on why. Oh, Dia, if anyone says that they, if they like raw umbers or raw siennas, get them out of here. Very true, Ermine Eater. What's up, Lily? Nice to see you. I'm happy to defend my stance on burnt umber if anyone dares to argue. Yeah, I made the mod. She has watched occasionally. Listen, I don't have a lot of pull with mods. I usually stream too late for the Europeans. But yeah, if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer. If you want me to shut the hell up, I will. Or will I? Who knows? Who gives a shit? But I am a fucking paint nerd. Thank you so much, Ermine Eater, and you have a wonderful day. Night. Sleep well. I have no say, living the meme. Okay. You modded? Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It might go for a while, actually, because making YouTube Paint takes a little bit of time. Plus, I have to clean up in between each run. Nice to see you, Lily. I hope you have a wonderful night. I should probably lay in this deep red. Oh, really, living? All right. Well, you finished step 1 to your application. But you've been here for a while now, so. Oh, Dia's my executioner, Lily, so watch out. She is ruthless. In this stream, her name is the Executioner. Oh, gotcha. Wait, that's one of my emotes. Good old Othello. I mean, that's one of my paintings. Of course, it's one of my emotes. Use it. That was actually a really early painting of mine. It looks much worse in person than it does in pixelated form. Yeah, Living the Meme. I'm familiar with like Elden Ring, and I've watched them a few times. I never actually played them though, but I do like the art style of them. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, you could probably find a lot of interesting like fantasy stuff in the Dark Souls games. I hear they're very difficult. That's just fucking black. Really? Oh, I just missed that. You ever watch those people who do no-hit runs of that stuff? Oh wait, that was way too high. They seem so... That seems like one of the craziest things I've seen in video games. I've saw some videos. I haven't watched them, but I saw that like I've heard about some things about that game, but I know very little about it. Did I just forget to do the red on this one? Looks like it. Okay. That's so much cooler. Fuck was much yellow. Sorry. Just put that all into a pile. Maybe too much red. We shall see. If anyone has any questions on my paints that I'm using, or would like me to describe my process, I'm happy to. Oh, nice. You do more fish, or what are you going to do something from the Souls games? I don't have a Discord yet. I have not set that up, unfortunately. I should do that. I just need to update my Discord username is different than my actual username and stuff like that, so there's some things I need to do to set that up. But I will. Or else. Okay. But if you want to post it, I usually just have them post links. Do you have an Instagram, Living the Meme? Oh, you don't put the art up? How about this? Living the Meme. By tomorrow, I'll set up my Discord. Okay. I'll have my Discord set up tomorrow. I'll get that taken care of. Oh, no problem, Dia. Thanks for stopping by. Have a wonderful meal, Executioner. So why does that seem so fucking off? Maybe it's not. What is that? That's like... That's very strong. I mean, I'm Polish, so there is some innate blood love for. Oh, that's way too fucking high. I do enjoy mushrooms, but I don't like. It's not something I actively seek out. Somebody told me that they were painting mushrooms, and I saw some interesting references, so I just decided to paint some mushrooms. People like taking photos of mushrooms, I found out. Raw meat seems in order? That's right. That's what executioners eat. Was on with Rogan. Oh, I heard about that, and I actually brought up some. Well, my sister looked him up because I saw some clips of him because I don't listen to Rogan, but I saw the clips of it. Yep, Leah. She is very kind and raided. And pillaged. Yeah, but apparently in the mushroom world, that guy's a huge. People consider him a huge charlatan. Apparently. But I don't know, But I didn't do any more research on him. Yeah. Like, apparently he's not considered like like an expert in the field. He's more of like self-proclaimed. Do not piss him off. No. You know what? It reminds me of that movie, the Nicolas Cage movie. What is it called? Pig or something like that? I heard that's really good, and apparently that's related to the mushroom industry. See, that's not black. This is just a bad brush stroke. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, that one, like, it was actually a critically acclaimed movie. And actually is one I've been meaning to see. So it is black, but it's slightly lighter. Well, he had a bunch of fun movies. As a kid, I liked The Rock. I liked what was it, Con Air? It's just warmer, but I guess night. Maybe that value's fucking with me. I have not seen Adaptation. I do. Was that movie with the guy who does the Apple commercials? I remember hearing about that, but because wasn't that like a really gory movie? I thought some horror fiends told me about it. That's a good use, living the meme. That is a solid use. Not horror at all? Okay. I remember somebody telling me about that film, though. I forget why, but I never watched it. I've heard the name. I don't know the movies or screenplays he wrote. Okay, yeah, that's what he's from. Okay. Oh, holy shit! Chauffeur. Awesome. Chauffeur. I remember Nice Lady. Chauffeur. Ooh, awesome. Hello, Siobhan. Thank you so much. Oh my god, the rating. Thank you. I was watching you earlier today, Siobhan. I hope you're doing well. She's very good. She's very, very, very good. Hello! Chauffeur. Apparently, Leah, they're just forcing you back, despite how you want to leave. Yeah, of course. Thank you, Nice Lady. That's because I'm an avid watcher of the Nice Lady. Chauffeur. also watch you. I was watching you earlier today. I lurk in your streams, Shoofy. Yep. I might just call you Shoofy. You're very good. You're very good. I love watching oil painters. You like Shoofy better? You're welcome. Smelly cat lady. Okay. All right. Good to know. Thank you for the follow, Shoofy. And thank you, nice lady. That is my Instagram. I only do Alla Prima paintings, so I do everything in a sitting. All right. How do I say that? Pan and Coke Jeff. I hope I said that even remotely close. Thank you for the follow. Ooh, I'll check out the VOD. Is it aggressive? Well, I apologize. Yeah, so anybody who loves oil paints, I'm doing a oil paint making stream tomorrow. So just to reiterate, not drugs, titanium white pigment, but we are going to be making our own oil paints tomorrow. Yep. So this is the titanium white, not drugs. Once again, you can read it right here. Titanium white, not drugs. We got some ultramarine blues to test out, green and red shade. We're gonna make some of those. We got a bunch of burnt umbers. He did use titanium white in his palette, Panning. He used both, Panning. He did have titanium white on his palette every single time. And we're also gonna go over like the safety of oil paints and some other stuff tomorrow. I'm happy to answer anything about safety. I'm a huge fucking nerd about this stuff, so if you have any questions about paints or safety stuff or other things, I'm happy to talk about it if you want. We did a test run of one of the I made not on stream, but I did a test run of a paint yesterday. But yeah. So yeah, I only do oil paints. I do every one of my paintings in one sitting. What about Bob? What about Bob Panning? Yeah, nice lady. If you're tired, go get some sleep. Well, so living the meme, he used titanium white. Well, it works well on his palette because he used very vibrant, like all of his paints were very high chroma paints, and so titanium white was used a lot as kind of like a desaturator in his palette to a certain extent, as well as brighting. But it was really one of the only colors used to brighten stuff up. But he used a lot of high chroma pigments. And nice lady, thank you so much again. You're always super kind to me, and I really do appreciate that. I want to use a different brush. Oh, interesting. Well, it still has Phthalo Blue in this. And Phthalo Blue is a nightmare to get out of your brush. Well, thank you. I'm a fan of your work too. You are extremely talented, and I love watching your stream. And I'm always happy to answer any questions you have too about paints and stuff. nothing but a thing. Alright. Sorry, this high-paced painting stream slowed down a little bit. Yep. No, go to sleep. Yeah, anytime, nice lady. Thank you again. Have a wonderful sleep. Hope you have a wonderful night. Well, yeah, it's such a nice community. Everybody's been so kind. Shohevan is also fucking fantastic. Okay. We need to get some stronger greens in the background for our own reference. A little darker. Yeah, I really like watching her work because she has some, well, she has such good understanding of values and colors, and that's something I struggle with quite a bit. So I like seeing her process quite a bit. Plus, her compositions are fucking fantastic. Need to do a little bit more variations in the greens. I'm gonna do a stronger blue one. And it needs to be darker. Yeah, I mean, I played around with like Midjourney, like the AI stuff for compositions, but like it's kind of unreliable. But also like because a lot of shit on Google is terrible, or it's not good for painting references. But I want to start painting from life more. Yeah, Pam, we're not going to tell a soul. I promise. Yeah, people do it all the time, living to me. I see it. A lot of them are, the two that I've seen were foreign language, like they were Spanish. Thank you so much, Pannon. Yeah, I do everything in a single stream. So if you like seeing stuff from start to finish, Pannon, this stream is for you. I'm also a nerd, so I can talk nerd with people. I mean, there's not living the meme. There's not a lot of them. So if you wanted to stream that, you know, there's probably people. The problem you're gonna face doing plain air streams is good luck with getting your lighting right. Like streaming in an uncontrolled environment is a bit tough with regards to painting. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think the main reason why we don't see a lot of plein air painters is just because you're so subject to the elements, and the lighting is going to be inconsistent. So like you'd have to play it off as more as like where people are not going to really see you, and you're going to have to talk about stuff more so than anything. Maybe too much red, we'll see. Apparently not enough red, okay. Thank you, Pan, for hanging out. Yeah, I generally put on something like piano or spooky, scary stuff. I don't know. I like a relaxed vibe. So thank you. It is good for streams, have to say. Am I on lo-fi? No, I'm on piano. I'm on piano and rainy day shit. Cause I'm being an edgelord today. Painting mushrooms. Interesting, that kind of goes into a green turn. I'm a big David Bowie fan. Hence why I have like a billion portraits of Bowie. I like a lot of blues stuff, like blues rocky stuff. So like Jack White is another person. I love like White Stripes, Raconteurs. His Dead Weather Band and his solo stuff I enjoy quite a bit. Like Elvis Costello, the Beatles, stuff like that. I have not heard the War on Drugs. I love Lou Reed a lot too. Lou Reed at Velvet Underground. So a lot of old Motown stuff too. I enjoy quite a bit. I did a portrait of Charles Bradley recently. I love Charles Bradley. If you haven't heard his shit, I recommend it. I will do that, living the meme. So yeah, I'm the youngest of 5, so I had a huge influence from my older siblings. Fantastic. I will check them out. So like my brother was a big fan of like Red Hot Chili Peppers and like Pearl Jam, Nirvana, like that stuff. I'll have to darken this area, but that's fine. Oh shit, ads. I forgot to warn them. Totally miss you. Awesome. That sounds awesome. I will check that out. Oh, really? You cheating me out of my ads? Kid. No chance. You figured him out. You gotta keep that shit quiet, or else I'll fix it. Most likely. I did remember when I casted to like a Google Chrome from my phone, I almost never got ads on I almost never got ads. Nope, I hold it from the back. I use long brushes, and I either hold it like a wand, or like that, or like that. I don't paint any other way. And if you want me to explain myself, I can. But some people aren't interested. Go eat, Leah. Go scavenge. I'm gonna take a break though. I need to take a break. Here, Pannon, let me take a quick break. I need to stand up and get my eyes off of this. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's just more, like, if people are curious on why I do that, I have my reasons to, but you'll never see me take, like, I never paint, I'll say this, you'll never see me paint like this. So I never hold the brush like that. Even when I'm doing detail, I'll do an gestural movement. Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break. It'll be 5 minutes. So, you all saw, let's see, solve the global warming issue while I'm gone. And that's your homework. And 5 minutes, I'll be back. Thank you very much, Pannon. You have a wonderful night. Thanks for hanging out. we're back. Where are we? Who knows? Alright. Yeah, the thing about pencil grip that I think can be counterproductive, though, it's much more sensitive to like your own instabilities to a certain extent. So, like, if you're like breathing or really tense while you're doing that, I think it could be tough to deal with. While you're painting at times. I don't know. I've always painted like this, and it's mainly because when I was starting to paint with oils, I learned that a lot of my favorite painters painted in such a manner, and I just kind of just always did it. And yeah, that's why. Well, outside of, I like the gestural nature of it. Like, I also like painting like that. And I'm trying to paint loose. Too much. Where's the line? So, like, my two favorite oil painters, John Singer Sargent and Anders Zorn, were both famous for like a largely gestural style of painting with their brushes. Now, I don't know how they did details, but they might have switched it up. But people do how they want to do. So there's no, like, you know, I'm not going to say one's better. But this is how I decided I wanted to learn how to paint. I forgot about that. I'll relook that into that. Sorry about that. Interesting. W. Doing well, Biggs. Nice to see you again. Oh, wow, that's way more red than I thought. Okay. Might just do this. Nice running into you in that stream the other day. Nice lady rated me today. She is awesome. Oh, I really enjoy because I believe that was Nice Lady's stream that we were watching together, and she's fantastic. That's all. That's really all he does good. Yeah. Yeah, she's super fun. Biggs, she's super talented. She is such a great artist. She's one of the best. Wow, that was just way too far to the right. Okay, or left. I mean, she is a super talented with colors and her draw. She's one of the best drawers I've seen on Twitch as well. just like her natural proportions and being able to pull stuff out of her head. She's fucking fantastic. It really, yeah. I mean, there's no there like Babe Ross has rated me before. Yeah, I watch. I watch a lot of streams. It's nice to support them. I like see. I just love watching people paint. As I have reiterated time and time again, I am a huge, huge fucking nerd, and I've taught myself by watching others, and so like seeing that on Twitch and seeing how other people approach things can be very healthy for your own learning. And a lot of a lot of people kind of like enjoy painting together. So very much so, very, very much so. Yeah, that's the. Unfortunately, that seems to be the case. There's not like a lot. The art community, well, the art category in Twitch seems to be heavily digital. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it's easier. It's easier to stream digital, and I think just in real life, it's probably reflective of the amount of people who still do like traditional art versus people who do digital now. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just. When you enjoy one so much more like over the other, it makes it difficult sometimes. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's nothing wrong with digital. I think people here, like I've told you before, the number one thing when you're doing any type of art, number one thing, and this applies to everything, is you have to enjoy doing it. If you don't actually enjoy mixing the colors, putting them on the canvas, preparing the canvas, or doing whatever process, building your tree in digital or doing any of it, it's not for you if you don't enjoy it, right? And you have to be sensitive to your own wants, because it's not gonna be productive for yourself, or you're gonna give up on it. Yeah. And give it a shot. But also be sensitive if you actually like it or not. And if you don't, move on to the next. If you do like it, do it more. Do it as often as you can. Oh, awesome, Dizdaz. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll check it out when I get a chance. And thanks for stopping by. 4 or 5,000. Yep, that's all. That's all you need living the meme. Yeah. Through my beloved wife. I don't know why that's so funny to me. All right, she's got the in on Photoshop. Of course, I gotta stay married to her. Are you crazy? Oh, that's funny. Oh yeah, that really does it for me, living the meme. That's Leah always on the lookout. The ally. All wives everywhere. Well, living the meme, it was nice knowing you. I'll be seeing you in hell. They certainly do, Leo. You're doing a great service. I think I need to start getting some of these. Is this bristle? Let's try it. Actually, let's try that. It's it's an awful place. Just an awful place. The dregs of society. It's an awful hive of scum and villainy. Don't try to hide it, living the meme. Oh, so this is all an act, Leah. You're not going to send it to Living the Meme's wife? I am not good with values. Well, fair enough. Alright, listen to that threat, Living the Meme. She means business. Alright, that's fine. Awesome, Dizdaz. I'm glad they helped. Yeah, ask away when you get the chance. Oh yeah, I completely agree, Leo. There is... What's up, Mr. Salt? How you doing? Is, God, I forgot her name, I'm sorry. Miranda? Is Miranda streaming tomorrow? Fantastic, I'll be there. Or else. Yeah, these are not a bunch of huts. Even though we'd all like these to be like huts, because frankly a mushroom hut would be really sick. As in super cool. Yeah, I have not been doing these yellow highlights yet, so gotta work that dark to light, you know. Can't wait to start getting a good burnt umber I like. Oh, so we're going in a fantastical realm this salt, which I'm not opposed to. I have to say, this is the cleanest my palette has been for a long time. Sorry, that was super loud. It did say spam. It did say spam, so how did you know, Mr. Salt? How did you know? This is, suspicious. I know, it really does feel that way. It's super gross how bad it's getting. Wow, Leah works fast. Leah works really fast. Might need to get some taps playing. If you're fearing for your safety, blink twice with both eyes. All right, there's one. Just know, living the meme, I won't hesitate to abandon you if your wife gets dangerous. I won't give it a second thought. Leah might tell you, I end up picking. I picked a lot of portraits with the skin has a lot of red in it, and I don't know how that keeps on happening, frankly. Um, so it's nice having one with some stronger yellows, kind of like the flame I did yesterday. But also, I haven't done a lot with greens, so I'm actually happy. Like that's a nice attraction of this reference is that it has some greens and strong yellows in here. Well, so living the meme, you know, a lot of skin tones have variations, right? Because, like, obviously they have variations, right? So pale skin, you'll actually see a lot of desaturation, and you'll see a lot of greens and blues come out, where there's very little to no red in that skin mixing. I mean, there is some, but once again, yes, there is red in everything. But like when I was painting Omar, for example, that skin had not a lot of red. It was leaning a lot more towards yellow, even though it was darker yellows and stuff. And part of that was because of the lighting. But with old white men, which I've ended up painting a lot, what happens is one, high blood pressure makes the face red, and especially when they have bigger noses and around the nose, you'll see a lot of blood behind the skin, so it makes their skin look even more red. So, red's orange is great, yeah. Exactly. Leah is right on the spot. So living the meme, I don't like pre-mixing a skin tone, right? But you will almost always know that there's some amount of red, there's some amount of yellow, right? But different saturations, right? So that's why like color mixing becomes a lot of very important, and tonal variety becomes important. So there are going to be some parts, right? Shadows become generally a lot warmer than non-shadowed areas, right? So you'll lean towards your reds and yellows more. But then you might have areas like the forehead that generally lean more towards yellow. The temples usually have a bit more blue in them in that plain area of the face. Like you'll find these patterns like that, but there's no, like you should never just make it, like I saw a YouTube video that pissed me off because it was a guy who pre-mixed a skin tone and put it in a tube. Like one skin tone will fit everything, right? But like with my color mixing theory, well not theory, but like in how I practice color, if I'm like mixing, so let's say I'm starting off to mix, let's just say this color right here that I put on there, right? It's clearly yellow, right? But it also is darker and has some reds in there. So it's like it's an orange that skews more towards yellow. And so I'm going to start off with that. And then I'll check it and look at it and see, do I need to make it darker, right? So if I need to make it darker, I'll either add my burnt umber or my ultramarine blue. If I need to make it lighter, I'll either add my yellow or my white. And as you can see, I actually haven't touched my white at all in this painting so far. Yes, that there's. I've said this in some streams recently, Leah, that YouTube is actually a very dangerous place to learn about oil painting in general, because there's a lot of people who are there to make content. Very true. Sean, how you doing? But YouTube is a lot of people who are just trying to get you to click on it. So like a video that has no real substance is, for example, that I've seen a bunch of, is which painting company is the best to use? Yeah, Biggs, I think that is a better option for learning. Because you don't know whether they really know what they're talking about. I would say so, living the meme. Awesome, Sean. So I find it that most people making tutorials don't actually know much. Yes. Well, and it's just like living the meme and Biggs. This might be relevant to you. So I watched Rublev. Rublev Colors is a very high-end oil paint company. and it's their company that owns them is called Natural Pigments, and that's where I bought my pigments from. They run a lot of videos and they write a lot of blogs. And I had an inadvertent study day yesterday because I ended up reading like several articles on like varnishes, on copper panels. I read up on yesterday for some reason, even though I have no interest in it. It was on the fat over lean, and they showed in their presentation some of these fat over lean videos on YouTube and how just blatantly wrong and how people don't understand the concept. And it all boils down to with fat over lean, and this is relevant to you, Biggs, and living the meme when you're painting with oils. So this is regards to stability of your paint film and actually getting your paint to actually be bonded properly to the canvas and to each other. Okay. But all the concept is people say that you should paint with solvent first and oil above it, right? And that's how a lot of people boiled it down, right? But it's not as simple as that, but it's also not that complicated. The real principle of fat over lean is referencing the density of pigment of the layer of paint you're putting above it. So if you are... Let me check that out too. I'll save this. Thank you for the suggestion, Leah. But so with fat over lean, all I'm saying is what the principle is make sure that if you're putting layers onto your paint, over your paint, and you're letting stuff dry, make sure that the pigment density of paint going onto your canvas is higher than previous layers. Okay? Now, because otherwise you're going to run into some issues with either light fastness and or the bond and the polymerization of the oil. So that's when oil dries, it creates a polymer chain that bonds together and creates your paint film. If you have too little pigment in that, it's not going to bond properly. It is like by reaction what happens. Now, when you get into stuff with glazing, they showed a Winsor & Newton video of them glazing with just solvent, and they mixed it like a little bit of, it was like almost like all solvent with a touch of paint. And that is something that will destroy your paint layer, and your paint film will not last if you do stuff like that. And what that means is that your paint will, frankly, I don't know, Biggs. I can look into that for you. I don't know off the top of my head. But if you are glazing, what the people from Rublev suggested, and I will take their word over a lot of other companies based on the type of tests they run and the verification they go through, but you would use a medium that does not affect the color. So, for example, they suggested Impasto medium or Velasquez medium, which is like a thick paste. And it's like the consistency of oil paint. But what happens is it doesn't affect the color of the paint you mix into it. So they call it an extender pigment. So there's still pigment in there for the oil to bind to. And you can glaze using those two things. And that's what they recommend for stronger paint films and for the historical reliability of your paintings that you're creating. And a lot of people explain it just like, oh, just make sure you mix in oil when you're going in over it. It's not that. They explained it more like bricks and mortar, where think about your oil or your solvent as mortar and your pigment as the bricks. And it's a good analogy. If you have too much mortar in there, your wall is not going to be as strong or reliable. If you have too many bricks in there, aka if you're just painting with pigment, they have nothing to stick to and they'll fall apart on their own. But there is a range, right? There is a range that you can go through where you're at ideal, and basically, paint out of a tube is already within that range of developing the best film. So what they ultimately said is, which I got lucky because this was not part of my original intent, but painting Alla Prima painting with thick paint and thin coats is the strongest paint film. Once you interject any other mediums to it, including oil, not just solvent, it will weaken the paint film that develops. So I could rant about this more if you want to hear it, but it is kind of an important concept if you don't want to have like paintings that have like matte areas, and if you don't want to have paint that also flakes off or cracks off. All this stuff factors into it. But I also suggest going to naturalpigments.com and reading a lot of, if you like it. I mean, I read them. Like I said, I had an unintentional study day yesterday because I watched like 4 1-hour videos and read the articles on it. And that's why I'm the paint maniac. But sorry for not painting during that, but there is a lot to say. Much. So ultimately what I'm saying is paint like me. Thank you, Sean. I do appreciate that. Sorry you came in right while I was ranting about oil paint. But my solvent days might be numbered. Or days of using solvent. But I enjoy I'm gonna paint what I think is optimal and what I enjoy, and so far I've been enjoying painting with just thick paint. And also, Sean, watch your back. I still owe you one. I love threatening my viewers. Oh, wonderful. That's exactly what I needed today. I owe you 2 now. You'll never be able to live in Denver again. Sean, I've been doing nothing but cocaine and lifting weights all day. Alright? All day, Sean. That's all I needed. Of course you can, Mr. Salt. I took your advice and used Firebot. Oh, great. Salt joined in. I know the state you live in, too. It's gonna be a busy Tuesday. I'll book my flights now. Do you even coke, bro? Damn it, Leah! How do you think I smuggle it all in here? When I open up the package, Firebot's awesome. I thank you for that recommend. Titanium white, China white. Was that a name for it? Or is that like a glazing thing? Because I had never heard China white. Come on, Leah, I gotta try sometimes. Oh, really? I didn't know. I am not into the drugs. So if you wanted to see, this is titanium white pigment. I'm making oil paints on stream tomorrow. So if you want to see that, Mr. Salt, after Mudwork stream. Well, thank you, Lee. I appreciate you keeping me in check. Oh, interesting. I'm only familiar with black tar opium. That was always my drug of choice. You know, us Chicagoans can be hipsters. I am the Walter White of paint, Sean. Yeah, Sean, tomorrow we're making oil paints on stream. I see, Mr. Salt. The coward of drugs. Oh, the Walter White of pigment, where I just like smuggling in pigment from out of the country. Well, you know, all right, this is actually kind of cool because there are pigments that have a lot of ethical issues. Yeah, just kidding. So, like, you know, for example, all right, you get free historical paint facts, Mr. Salt. There was a color up into the 1900s that was used called mummy brown, and it was a pigment made from grinding up mummies, Egyptian mummies. Okay? That color was used for a long period of time. Like, from when they discovered mummies till like paint production. Ivory black was named because they would carburize elephant tusks, and that's how it got its name. So ivory black, up into the 1900s, was made from elephant tusks. Rublev, the company I bought my pigment for, is actually only investigating at this point, buying mammoth tusks from Siberia, because apparently they're just lying around in the open, and you could buy them if you want to, and using those to make a more historically accurate ivory black. There's also not like there are also ethical issues. Yeah, no joke. Mummy Brown was like that. But not to mention, there is actually real current ethical issues with, like, cobalt, for example. Cobalt is generally mined in some pretty gnarly places in Africa, and I think China too, where safety standards and like what they pay people is not, we'll just say, not a living wage, to be as simple as possible. But it is a terrible issue. So there could be a Walter White of pigment, of somebody who like got their hands on real, like, let's say real mummy brown, or oh yeah, here's natural pigments. There was a pigment. What was it called? It was a yellow paint that was made from arsenic. God, what was it named? Leah, do you remember what it was called? The yellow paint made from an arsenic? God, what was its name? It had a weird name. There was a yellow paint. It was a very old pigment that was used. It was the main yellow that was used for like hundreds of years in the Renaissance. That was made from arsenic. It's gonna kill me if I don't look it up, so I apologize. I'm looking it up. Orpiment, that's it. Yep. Orpiment, made from arsenic. Mining it was not, mining that has ethical issues. Cinnabar, which is the mineral form of what vermilion became, was, it's with a T at the end. Orpiment. And I think it's with an E. I don't think it's an A, but regardless. That was enough. Um, Vermilion, which was an old famous color, Anders Zorn used it on his palette, was made from cinnabar, which was the mineral name of it, which was mercury something. But it's just, you eat it, you're going to get mercury poisoning. I mean, not to mention all the leads involved, but in historical paints, because lead is actually one of the best like historical lasting paints. But there could be quite a bit of ethics issues with paint. Oh, really? I'll have to check that out. No, yeah, Sean, how they verify old paintings is they'll actually take samples of the paint and they'll see if, so like if they're testing for forgeries and stuff, they'll test the paint and see if it's time period accurate. That's like one of the, because like for example, titanium white wasn't industrially made up until the 1900s. So there's like that's an easy check. Were they using a white that was historically accurate? Right? Were they like there's time periods where all these things come in, like alizarin crimson wasn't made into the 1800s. So if they detect that it's that pigment or like here's a interesting example. Alizarin crimson was one of the first pigments to be made industrially. And it was to replace something called rose madder. Yeah, they forget how to use historic pigments that are already used today and get it. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, somebody else told me about that, Leah. But so getting back to alizarin crimson, rose madder used to be a very expensive pigment, and it was made from the roots of this plant. And it was a fugitive pigment, which means that it wasn't very light fast. So like if you used it in a warmer color, it would fade out very fast. But then, and it was also very expensive. So then a person figured out how to industrial produce it using a chemical reaction with metallic salts. I don't know the exact mechanism of how that works, but that's how a lot of industrial pigments are made. Specifically, oil paints that have lake at the end of it are made with this. So, like, let's see, Madder Lake or something like that is made with this process. Alizarin crimson and Prussian blue, I believe, were one of the first to be made like this. And but if you find a pigment that is like that, it cannot be before a certain time period. And that's how they would catch a lot of forgers. Like as Leah said, right? Like if they're not using historically accurate paint, mediums, then it's an instant fail. Or it's like, it's... But, yeah, art shit's so interesting. Yeah, canvas is, the only thing with canvas is there's a longer historical record of it because Belgian linen is a thing, and so canvas is created from flax. So is linseed oil, coincidentally. Linseed oil, that is the main binder in oil paints, and has been for a long time. I mean, there's other oils that are used, and I can get into that if you want, but linseed oil and the fibers of the plant itself is what's used to make canvas. So that process, I mean, obviously they can carbon date it. So like there are plenty of ways to check that out. But I think like the paints I think are just easier to verify in general. I find it all so interesting. It's so freaking cool. Yeah, agreed, Sean. This is where I'll spend a Sunday night just like watching paint videos for some reason, because it's just all, that whole world is just so cool. I don't even know why I'm bothering. Alright, I've been like procrastinating these brighter strokes, but I think I should get some of these lighter colors in here. Oh wow, I actually don't know if I can hit that. Yeah, I bet, Leo. I mean, I'm not familiar with probably the examples you are. That's actually an area I haven't gone into that much, is like paint forgeries, but with how much money some paintings go for, I bet there's. Can I make this with just? Is that the one that the guy MBS from Saudi Arabia bought for 450 million that they tried to get in the Louvre? Because I just saw something about that. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I saw that he bought it for 450 million, and then tried to submit it to the Louvre and have it put next to the Mona Lisa. But apparently they said for sure that multiple people had painted on it over hundreds of years. Oh, interesting. Okay. We'll see how this goes. First time using white in this painting. Yeah, how recent was that? I don't know the details. Is that something that they're working out legally? Pretty close. Or is he just living with that he just got scammed for 450 million? Interesting. Interesting. What was it called, Sean? Yeah. Yeah, I'll just stick to selling my art to rich drug dealers who need to launder their money. That's what I do. Hence the titanium white. Partly how I get paid. And by the way, Leah, you're a good luck charm. Every time you're in here, I get raided a bunch. Murders amongst Mormons. Sneaky, sneaky Mormons. Oh, do you? Good to know. So I should head to my casino after this. In college, I actually used to make some good money playing poker. But I don't play it really anymore. Well, that's part of the thing, Sean. I think they call it provenance in the paint world, right? What's the provenance of a painting? I think Leah might know more about that than I do, but I get that word from watching Baumgartner Restoration, which is also a fantastic YouTube channel for learning about art restoration. I was watching one today actually, where they were doing a big conservation on a piece, and they thought it was from a famous Renaissance painter or like from a student of his, and they got like 3/4 of the way through, and they saw on the stretcher that there was a label on it that had deteriorated somewhat, but on the label had the name of a American painter from the late 18th, early 19th century, who was not famous, and it largely meant that painting was painted, but it was basically not a forgery, but just a master copy. And the people basically told him to stop the conservation because they had no interest in conserving the painting anymore, because it was largely worthless to them then. Really, Leah? My God. That's kind of infuriating. Don't worry, Living the Meme. I'm working on a hookup. We're gonna be painting with dead people in no time. Yeah. I mean, there had to have been some money, right? Transferring hands. In that case, I bet. Where there's money to be made, there's going to be scams, unfortunately. God, I hate using small brushes. Living the meme, she just mentioned it up above. That's kind of cool, Sean. Actually, that's that actually might be yeah. I might have to put that in my will. I want it to be made into horrible quality paint. Not good paint, horrible quality paint. I want fillers. I want to ruin people's days with how bad the paint for me is. No worries, Mr. Salt. Thanks for stopping by. Of course. I'm always open to observations. You will never need to feel guilty about that, Leon. I need to bring that down. I think I may have an idea of what you're going to say, but I'm curious what you are... Pay attention to saturation. Out of curiosity, because that was actually not what I was expecting, but... Is it because this... So I'll tell you what I was thinking, what you were about to say, because I think I painted this with too bright of a color and not enough of the redder part around there. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna, yeah, clean those up too. But there's obviously no transitions here. But my intent was at least to paint some of the brighter spots and then kind of work into them with the darker areas in reds to create a kind of a natural transitional mix between them. At least that's what I was thinking. But yeah, I do agree with yeah, because I think like right here, obviously this is not right here. This is going to need a stronger or a more saturated red to yellow transition like in this area. That's probably why I haven't done it up here as well, and probably a little right there. One, traditionally Naples yellow, I believe, was used with lead white living the meme. So it did Naples yellow originally had lead in it. Fairly sure on that one. Not absolutely positive. And I don't use cadmiums. Oh ho! I saved the cadmiums for dinner anyways. Interesting. Alright, don't like that brush. Too soft. Oh, are you kidding me? Bless America. Oh, Leah, one other thing I need to amend something I said about using zinc colors with zinc in it. So I said don't use any pigments with zinc in them. And there is a difference. Don't use colors. All right, random historical. After I say this, Sean, 1 second. So Leah, so there's zinc oxide and there's zinc sulfate. Zinc sulfate is actually used in cadmiums and is actually very stable. Zinc oxide is the one that leads to making the oil film very brittle and leads to cracking. So zinc oxide was used in like the zinc white paints and so forth, but zinc sulfide in cadmiums is perfectly fine. Okay, random historical paint fact. I said a lot of them in the stream, Sean. Let's go down into it. If you don't like this one, we'll do another one. But this is linked. There's a link to 2. Tempura, I have not. Egg tempura, they call it, I believe. I have not played around with it. I did know W was an oil painter. Yeah, well, Leah, it's a big deal when it comes to like drying times and also historical stuff. So like lead, for example, is a very historically reliable paint with paint film, but there also can be combinations of paints that when together actually create a weaker paint film, even if both are strong. There was a few examples of that with lead, but that was more of a problem with older pigments. But stay away from zinc oxide. Okay. Historical paint fact. Okay, ultramarine blue was created from the mineral called lapis lazuli. Okay, and the only real mines for it are located in Afghanistan. So they discovered this. This is like one of the original paint pigments used in like the Renaissance and so forth. But it was so expensive that they reserved it for paintings of Mary, Jesus' mother. So if you see a lot of historical paintings of Mary, she'll be wearing blue robes, and we're talking about ones from the time period, and they reserve that blue for her robes because of its expense. Like it was like a cultural thing. I have some blue in there, maybe. Yeah, lapis lazuli. That's the name of the mineral in its unpurified form that they made ultramarine blue, or base ultramarine blue from. So Rublev actually ran a special where they actually made it the original way, and they were selling it for a pretty hefty price. But there are very few companies that do make it with it. Well, it wasn't. A lot of those like rare earth minerals weren't very strong pigments. Because the video I watched were like some of the 5 original pigments, and one was malachite, which is a natural green earth pigment, or natural green earth mineral. There was lapis lazuli. There was cinnabar, which is actually a bright red, but once again, there's impurities in them. So like, what made them expensive as with the paint was not getting it or even the processing. It's processing it to a very dense portion of the mineral that didn't have impurities. So, like lapis lazuli in mineral form, you're going to see some chalk in there. You're also going to see some fool's gold. I forget what they call it, what the actual mineral name for it. But there was actually fool's gold within the mineral itself. So if you were just to grind the rock down, it doesn't come in these pure chunks of the blue. So you'd actually have to, like, once you start filtering it, you'd have to, like, either painstakingly go through and just take the blue parts of it to get a more blue paint. Pyrite. Thank you, Sean. And so there was a lot of like it would cause it to the price to skyrocket depending on how much they like filtering they did on it. Orpiment was one of those original 5. It was in that video. That's why it was fresh in my mind as well. And orpiment is once again the arsenic-based mineral. Completely agree, Leah. I completely agree. He obviously didn't know, like, he's probably creating like a clickbaity video where it's just like, let's, use the most expensive pigment in the world. Which it is not either way, but. God, I hate the internet sometimes. So, like, oh yeah. That is way more accurate, Leah. I was being too kind. Alright, here's another pigment fact, Leah, that is relevant to you. Do you know what makes paints more opaque? And more transparent? Or does anybody know? So the only thing that dictates how opaque a pigment is, or transparent, is the particle size of the pigment. So paints that have a very fine and small particle size are very opaque. Titanium, white pigment is one of the finest ones. And other paints that are that really opaque have very fine. Ones that are very transparent have larger. So like a lot of ultramarine blues, some umbers, have larger particle size. Now, why do they keep them to that particle size? I don't know. I don't know that information as far as like, well, why don't they just grind ultramarine blue finer? Or, and there could be a multitude of reasons for that. I have suspicions on why. But yeah. Oh, Sean. Sean. You're gonna have a terrible week. Have a wonderful night, Sean. I'm coming for you, though. So, I think so, Leo, but I'm not positive because, so here's the thing, right? Will it cause the pigment to degrade if you have it in certain sizes, right? So a common issue when you get with powders, here's an engineering lesson for all of you. So there's a type of metal molding, you can call it, called sintering. And what that does is it puts metal pellets, small metal pellets, into a shape, and then it kind of melts them together, but it doesn't fully melt it. They call that process sintering. What's really dangerous about this, about that process, though, is that when you put something in powder form, that powder will oxidize. And it'll create a film around it. And usually oxides are explosive, and I'm not using that term lightly. Aluminum oxide can blow up a warehouse. If you had like, I don't know, like a 300 pounds of aluminum pellets, and you had them sitting in a room just with the oxidized layer, you threw a match into it, it would explode in a huge explosion. So what I don't know is that I suspect is that with some pigments in their particle form, that they might oxidize quickly, or they might the film that is created on the film when exposed to air is might be too much for it as the particle size gets smaller. That's my suspicion. Unverified. Don't consider that like fact, but that's what I think might be the case. Yeah, I think so. Actually, thank you for reminding me, because I that is something I do want to find out, because I specifically do not like how transparent a lot of burnt umbers are, and a lot of ultramarine blues are, and I prefer them to be opaque. I prefer my paints to be opaque in general, just the nature of how I paint. And so I'm curious on how that actually might, what the reasons of that might be. Leah, do you ever do much painting with like a Zorn palette or a limited palette? You don't like Zorn? Yeah. I'm thinking about doing an adjusted Zorn palette at some point. Because what I would change personally is change ivory black to Payne's gray, and instead of yellow ochre, I would use cadmium lemon yellow. Um, because that would allow you to hit some like purples and greens, but the thing is, like, you know, you obviously are not going to be able to hit every color. The thing is, I'll tell you what interests me though about like how Zorn was able to use warm cool contrast to like force you into seeing colors that just aren't there. So it's like the thing is like the mastery of it is to me is like supremely impressive. But I agree with you. People who I guess focus on the wrong things on it would generally just lead to very stale paintings. Yeah, I agree. Like now I'm painting veins on arms, I can get grayish blue tone to swarm face. I think it does, but like, and it depends on if you are like accentuating it or trying to paint it exactly how it is. That's something I struggle with quite a bit. That aspect of like accentuating something or trying to paint it exactly as it is. But because like I love when I see greens in like skin, like where you see almost, it almost seems like a vivid green. Like there's a John Singer Sargent painting of the woman holding her dog in her right arm, and if you look under her chin, it's like you just used Viridian green, and it blows me away every time I see it because it looks so freaking perfect from the viewing distance. And you get up close, and it almost looks bizarre. And it's like one of my favorite brush strokes ever on a painting is that shadow underneath her mouth. It's above the chin too. It's not below. In that painting. I wish I remembered the name of it. Yeah. I'm trying, right now I'm just, trying to get more proficient with mixing color and seeing color. Yeah. Yeah, my biggest priority is values. Sorry, I'm trailing off in thought here. But also seeing color correctly is my number 2 priority. I maybe should have done these brighter parts of the mushrooms earlier. That might have been a strategic error of just getting the lights in. That might be a problem with my approach that I do often. Yeah, that's I've always kind of looked at it as one of my weakest points because a lot of it is learned through experience and just doing it a bunch. And that's partly why I paint as much as I do, because I know that part of my learning curve is just going to be reps, essentially. Yeah, that has been one of the single most challenging things for me to see. Um, like, you know, is this yellow darker or lighter than the yellow down here? When they kind of look similar when you're just taking a glance at the thing as a whole. It's super challenging. I think that's also another thing. I think my approach is faulty to a certain extent. I think I'm trying to a certain extent learn too many things at once. Yep, I've done that before. Yeah, that's one thing I told you before. Like Leah, like you saw I've shown you the Excel sheet, but like actually learning that my yellow is actually slightly brighter than my white. It's just that my yellow is fully saturated. Was super it was a very interesting experience for me. Yep, that's I've seen that, and I should do that as an exercise. I don't know why I've never hit up, but you know what's funny, Leah? I thought that there was going to be not so much red in this one. I thought there was going to be a red, but I thought it was going to be less saturated with red, but we're running into the situation where it's saturated in red. Yeah. Well, that's been like because like I said, I'm self-taught and like kind of learning those. Like one thing that I haven't done that I think would provide a lot of value for me is painting more from or painting at all from life, which is something I haven't done yet. Yeah, I that's one thing when I actually build myself like a area to paint. I'm gonna set up a shadow box and stuff, so I can actually set up some flowers um, and actually do that. I can't wait till I have something set up like that, because right now I'm just painting in a fairly simple easel on a desk setup. Oh Oh yeah, as I've said before, Leah, I'm not very like attached to my paintings because I really enjoy my like the process of painting. So I like a bad painting or a bad result doesn't discourage me. Yeah, and because I've had plenty of them. That's why anybody is welcome to critique my paintings as well. Oh yeah, this is what I was going to ask you about too. I was thinking about joining a painter society. Apparently, the National Painters Society of America is located only like a half hour from where I live. You ever been a part of any like stuff like that? And what are your thoughts on it if you are familiar at all? Okay. They hold some like competitions. I just don't have any like I just like don't have any experience with the art world at all. I don't know what people like. For example, I don't know what I'd do if I wanted to submit my stuff to a gallery. Nor do I know what I should submit to a gallery if I like wanted to be a, you know, like I don't. Not that I'm not. Granted, I don't think my stuff is good enough for galleries or anything like that. But like, I'm hoping eventually. Yeah. Okay, I need to get that in a better spot. I don't using small versions. That's the other kind of weird thing about where I'm at in painting too, is because the only things I get to like compare myself to as well as like I don't have anybody who's actively giving me input on my progress at all. So like I almost feel like I need like a mentor, or I need somebody to provide me some extra guidance. Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, the dues are only like $70, $70 a month. I mean, $70 a year, not a month. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? I have been in a world where like I'm very, I'll say between my upbringing and other things, I'm used to getting criticism, and in my opinion, I take it very well. Like I take it for its learning intent more than anything. I'm also like, uh, as you know, I'm kind of a self-teacher, and but that doesn't mean I can self-teach myself everything, or you know, no. There's a lot of things that does not work out. Small fucking brushes, get out of here. I just have one big advantage over a lot of other people self-teaching is that I'll do the research. And I really enjoy the process. I'm not forcing myself to paint. Thank you, Biggs. We're getting there. A good amount to go, though. Trust the process. That's right, Biggs. Yeah, it's a big advantage that I like. Well, in it, it's the thing is like I said, it's like I'm not for. I watched all those videos because I had a general curiosity, and I had the want to do it, which I'm very happy about. But it's also part of my background, being in engineering and stuff like that. That's why like color mixing hasn't been very difficult of a process for me to learn. Okay. Dia, I have a degree in mechanical engineering. So I've worked in the medical and aerospace industries. I worked for a company that manufactured laundry detergent pods. I've done a lot of things in engineering. So I actually have a lot of experience in 3D modeling. I'm actually an expert in 3D modeling. Gotcha, Leo. I've done a lot of that in my career. CNC, the CNC world, specifically with the aerospace, is something I was involved in a lot. Yeah, that makes sense, Leo. Thank you. My education was awful, as far as it was very tedious and a lot of work. she's an hour ahead of me, right? So she should be... Yeah, 9:14. That's too much fucking red. She's one of us Yankees. Also the best executioner in the biz. She is ruthless. Well, it's more that you enjoyed it. You're sick. We're actually going to take a break in about 4 minutes. Or no, less than 4 minutes. We got ads coming up. So we're going to take a break and stand up. Yeah, Leah, nice talking with you. Thanks for hanging out for as long as you did. And yeah, starting at 4 o'clock my time, which I believe is kind of late for you. We'll enjoy it, Leo. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed talking with you. And thank you for your advice as well. See ya! Well, she's in Denmark, right? No, or she's in Amsterdam. So 4 o'clock. Is she only 6 hours ahead? Okay. By the way, I'm going to be very stern about safety tomorrow, in case a lady ever gets interested in making her own paint. So, I'm going to let any of that shit slide, yo. Just to maybe give you some ease of mind. Because yeah, like making your paint and being around pigment is like the most theoretically dangerous thing you could do around paint. It's not like hugely dangerous, like one time, but if you continually do it and you continually breathe in pigments, it's dangerous. Yet I have. I've had a positive influence. And I reiterate, like, cause she rated me today, and she actually stuck around for a while. Thank you. And oh shit, ads in 40 seconds. But I'm gonna like once again, it's just I'm not gonna try and like tell her exactly what. Well, that's good to hear. I hope she does because I love her. Her stream is so wonderful. It's so fun. She's so nice to everybody. But I also want to make sure she's safe, and I also want her to become a better artist. Awesome. Well, that's wonderful. Yeah, and I hope that I can use at least how she used that to help her be safer. Also, have her kid, be safe around paints, and that she becomes a better artist for it. Because she has so much talent, and I want to support her. All right, we're gonna take that break. I'll be back in 5. And we are back. Oh, hi, Diz. I know you're lurking. What's it? At least you don't have to respond to that if you're lurking. You don't have to respond to anything, but... Dia, are you still there by chance? No worries, go clean that. I completely get it. We all have to go through it, Diz. Well, awesome. Yeah, I'll check that out on Instagram after my stream. No worries, Dia. Dia, how much do you think it would cost to ship a package from France to Jess's place? Because, so I'm going to France at the in the end of September, and because what I might be able to do is, because, you know, since I'm going to be making my own paints, I'm going to have a lot of paints that I don't really have much intent of using. So we might be able to organize a cheaper way of shipping her my old paints that I'm not going to use. And I could lug them to France if I'm just shipping them from France. That's not a big deal. How am I that far off on distance? Well, I'm already checking a bag anyways, living the meme. It's a 2-week trip to France. Yeah. So, like I could, like, the box would fit in my bag. And I don't travel heavy. Really? Are you going to visit Jess? I mean, I suspect you are, but I don't want to. Because what we could do, if you're going to see Jess, if you were willing to do it, I could ship them to you. I mean, it'd probably be about like 5 pounds in total, the package. And you could fit them in something small. Oh, okay. Let me know when. Let me know if you can hear me, or let me know when you can hear me. you're back? Okay. So we could, I mean, this would require you to carry him, but I could, for like a cheaper option, if you're going to visit her, I could ship paints to you. And it'd probably be about 5 pounds in total. I mean, and I'm by no means if you say no or like or don't want to do that. By all means, I'm. But if you are, that could be an option to get her some higher quality paints and some more. Okay. Well, yeah, if you want to think about it, because now that I'm making my paints, I have a lot of paints and tubes that I don't have a lot of interest in. Yeah, but I'd feel bad if she was paying the shipping. But I would like her to have them. But that's kind of a bit of money for me at the moment, at least to ship. Yeah, it really is. I know Jess doesn't have a lot of like high quality paints, like she got them out of like the cheap bin. Oh yeah, I mean she'd be getting it's a great deal for her, but she has commitments that a lot of us don't have that you know change the context of her financial situation. I don't want to assume too much, but she is a kid, I don't. And she's a single mom. Yeah, yeah. Well, I can discuss it with her, and maybe we figure out a way, maybe we split it or something like that. That'd be willing to do that. But if it was like 170 to $100, that's kind of. Yeah, so I think they can, Dia, because I've looked at it a few times. I also am not shipping. I'm not shipping anything with lead, and I'm not shipping nothing with cadmium. So the only thing that I'd be curious about, and like a lot of these websites have material information for shipping them overseas. So. I don't suspect it would be an issue, but you never know. It's Mummy Brown living the meme. Get it right. And I keep the Mummy Brown for myself. I have a whole room of mummies in my in my place. Yeah, we're just gonna ship her a bunch of mummies, Dia. We'll just let her work with them. Here, Jess. This will be good for you. Here's a bunch of mummies. Well, if I send her paint, she's gonna get a lot of black paint. So she better use black. I am an avid user of black paint. Everyone should use it. It's a color. No, people do what they want. I'm not going to force them. But I will force them to use burnt umber. I've experimented a lot with blacks that I'm never going to use, and if she could find any use for them, it's better than me having them. Yeah. Yeah, so living the meme, I don't know if you've heard me say this, that is perfectly fine. The reason why I bought a bunch of different black tubes was I was trying to find one, and I think you know this, I was trying to find one that was darker than, or which one was the darkest. And, that's why I've bought so many, but, none of them are as dark as ivory black. And, yeah, that's why. That's what we do on this stream. We go nuts. What we could also do, Dia, is I can go through the paints with her and see if she has interest in them. Or if there's like no chance that she's going to use any of it, I could just not send it. That is also an option. In worst case, I'll just send it to you living the meme. Or Biggs. We'll see. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Because I have burnt umbers. I'll have a lot of colors that are going to be that will be useful to her, and it'll save her some money. But she has to promise me that she won't eat them. Yeah, no, I like, and like she was, when she had that blue on her arm and I kind of talked up and she kind of did it instantly, I'm glad she took it seriously. Because, even though it can be like funny to joke around about it, some of the stuff can have very serious health ramifications or possible health ramifications. And it's always better to be too careful. So, yeah, don't get me wrong. I trust her. I don't have any issue with, like, you know, I've seen her use paints and stuff. And, but I'm going to do my due diligence as well. Bonjour. I remember you. That I couldn't pronounce your name. Chasseties. Or Tess. Draws. Thank you very much. Living the meme. I'm not judging. Oh, I am judging you living the meme. Stop it. Stop it. And don't tell me who to judge or who not to judge. No, not. I mean, oil. The oil is always has a risk of flame, but they're in sealed aluminum. So, like, if you're looking for because of custom stuff, if you go to Williamsburg oil paints, or if you search Williamsburg oil paints, they have safety data sheets. They call them SDS sheets, which are material handling sheets. Yeah. So if you look on there and like look up titanium white, for example, and see what that one says on it. I'm going to call you Chase, even though it's not correct. I got rated twice today. I've grown a little bit, though. But I have gotten rated. I have gotten rated twice. So, they're not very difficult living the meme. So, I'll show you. When I'm making paint tomorrow... And Chase, we're making paint tomorrow on stream. These are the tubes. So they're aluminum tubes. So this tube is aluminum with an epoxy liner on the inside. And that's what a lot of paints. Yep, I'm making oil paint tomorrow on stream. So if you want to come and see it, we're starting at 4 o'clock Central Standard Time for us Americans. So, you know, if you live in I think I asked you where you live, but I don't recall where you live. But we're doing it tomorrow. So all you have to do, all I did for the tube I made, living the meme. Yeah, Diz, it's also going to be a fairly long stream. So, America, it's not gonna. It's like you'll be around for a while, Diz. So, fantastic! I can't wait, Chase. I dare you. But living the meme. I just took the spatula and I just scraped it in. I just scraped it in like that. And then you just like hammer it down like a pack of cigarettes, like you're an old greaser. And once it hits the bottoms, then we just clamp this side. And I use a crimper to crimp the ends, and we'll just fold it over and crimp. Yeah, Diz, it'll probably be a 6 to 8 hour stream. I'm starting at 4 because I have a lot of European friends that have curiosity. And one thing, Diz, is that you live fairly close to the company I bought my pigment from. So, if you enjoyed, it's from Natural Pigments Company, and they're based in Napa Valley. Wine country. So, I mean, it's probably not super close to you, but it's not like... You're closer than me. I believe Napa Valley. They said I'm almost positive it's wine country. As you should. You're welcome. So yeah, living the meme. So, yeah, you can get these on Amazon. They're kind of a ripoff on Amazon, Natural Pigments sells these tubes. They sell a larger tube than this for $1 a piece. So this is one of the, things. Now, the reason why, if you guys want this knowledge, I don't know, but I'm gonna say it anyways, because fuck it. So let's say there was no pigment in this, and let's say we put paint in here. Do we know why we don't put them in jars like this? Great use of the emo. I love my Jack Skellington. Does anybody have any idea why we don't put paint in plastic tubes like this? Okay. So, they're not very airtight. But the problem is light is an issue. But the biggest issue is when we open this up, okay, we have a gap of air. This gap of air is a problem. When oil is exposed to oxygen, it will start to dry. Regardless of, airflow around it, it will start the reaction of drying the oil. Gamsol is a little bit different. It's because, yes, you're trapping air in the tub, and it starts the oxidation process of the oils. And you do not want to paint. You want to paint with as little oxidized or oil that has started to oxidize in that capacity. There are companies that offer paint in jars like this. If you use a lot of paint, it's not a huge deal. But if you if it takes you months to go through a certain amount of paint, then you will run into some issues with using paint that is not in great shape to use. That's why. And that was my new learning segment, sponsored by Zima, everyone's favorite alcoholic malt beverage. I do not reuse my paint. So whatever paint's on my palette at the end of the stream, I wipe up, and I don't use it. Some argue that's fairly wasteful. As you should, Chase. As you should. So whatever I put on my palette, I considered used. Mostly because, as you can see, my paint isn't very clean, except for this white, which I might end up wasting a lot of white on this painting. But that just is what it is. But it's a lot of hassle to put these in the jars, especially when they've all been exposed to oxygen as well. Yeah, it gets gunky. All of this paint has started to dry. Once it's exposed to oxygen, and that amount of surface area is exposed to oxygen, it starts at, taking time bomb. Some people put it in the fridge. That doesn't really help. It really doesn't. Oil paints don't dry fast, but once again, the oxidation starts immediately. It is everybody's worst enemy, Chase. That's why we have to strive to get rid of all the oxygen on Earth. That's the new goal of this stream. We're going to get rid of all of it. So with Gamsol, once again, I just keep a tub of it. Now I'm going to start phasing out using any solvents. So on this paint, for example, there has been no use of solvent whatsoever. And I'm just painting with thick paint. Okay. While you were asking me questions yesterday, I was actually doing research on some of these things, and Gamsol is not necessarily bad for it, but if you're painting in layers, it makes the whole process more complicated. I paint in one layer with thick paint, and this is actually the most reliable fill. How oil dries in this capacity is the safest for long-term longevity and conservation. Obviously, you can paint in layers and do whatever you want, but there's concepts that you need to know to make sure that your paintings literally don't fall apart. Yeah, so Diz, the Gamsol I have in here it has been in there for months. I used it's dirty, it's not here. So here, you see how dirty that is? because since February, all the pigment settles to the bottom. And like, if it ever got too saturated, I just wipe out the bottom. Yeah, like you can a solvent is something that doesn't deteriorate like that. Okay, a solvent is something that just when exposed to air, it evaporates really quickly, right? So the main thing that solvents do in paint is one, it separates the oil molecules, and it basically evaporates really quickly, and it actually kind of like jump starts the drying process, the polymerization of the oil when it's drying. It jump starts that. I do have air conditioning these days, and it is filtered. Oh, you don't have that? Okay. Sorry for rubbing it in your face. Yeah, no worries. I mean, you live in California, it's super expensive. Yeah, I mean, if you're using solvents, you should have good air movement throughout your space. Yes, opening a window will help a lot. But, like I said, I'm not overly concerned about the exposure of odorless mineral spirits for the periods that I paint. It can and can't be. I mean, like if I was huffing it, yes, that could be dangerous. But ambient exposure is not very risky. Now, turpentine is. Stuff that has all the non-refined chemicals in it. I mean, I keep it at... Yeah, I mean, well, I don't. And it's at arm's like, like I can touch it, right? That's where it is. So when I leave it open, I'm fine. Like I said, the risks I have associated with it are I'm comfortable with. But once again, if that was turpentine, I would have problems with it. Once again, if anybody's using turpentine to paint, don't stop it. Get odorless. Please reveal yourself so I can yell at you if you're using turpentine. Stop it. You'll die an early death. There aren't any. At least with oils these days. Unfortunately. If you could invent it, please do. Death, my other enemy. Death, my only weakness. Okay, why does that look so fucked? Why does this look fucked? No, because they're all just solvents. So it's just odorless mineral spirits is the alternative. Now, the fact of the matter is, though, you don't need to use a solvent to paint. You don't. There is no... Yeah, acrylic and water. However, there is no method of painting that you have to use a solvent for to achieve. There's none. What solvent does, though, is it makes certain things easier, and a lot of people clean their brushes with it. That's it. So, once again, I watched something yesterday that was actually exactly on this topic. It was after you asked me those questions. So once again, I think I'm going to start fully, phasing out the use of solvents in my painting. There are oil paints that are water soluble. So there are oil paints that you can clean and use water as your medium. They do. Winsor & Newton makes those. Yeah, it sounds like you'll be a lot more comfortable with that. But once again, do your due diligence, because I know that alkyd mediums, I believe, have some of their own issues, and I believe that is one of them. I believe. The water solubles deal? Yeah. I don't like, they use similar pigments. They're fairly reasonable, Diz. I think they're about the same cost as normal oil paints. Let's do this. Yeah. Like if you go to a Blick or you go to any, like Michaels, I think even Michaels carries them if you have a Michaels. I don't know what California has. Yeah, I've seen their prices, Diz. They're very similar, if not the same. Because once again, it's just like making an oil paint. You're just using a different medium. They use the same amount of pigment as they would for their other paints. So they're going to be like what you're paying for when you're buying paint is the pigment, pretty much. Like all the other stuff is fairly irrelevant to the cost. One of us, Diz. We've all been there, Diz. We've all been there. I've spent way too much on paints. Well, as we should find solace in other people's misery. That's just normal. Exactly. Les Miserables. It's good to find joy in other people's woes, or each other's woes. I have to say, not a fan of Les Miserables. I mean, it's fine. But, Book of Mormon. Book of Mormon all day. I have not read the book. I've watched the movie and I've seen the play. My family used to do a trip every year to see a play in Chicago. So I've actually seen quite a few musicals. Book of Mormon is fantastic. There are some great things in that. Now, if you're a Christian, you might not have the greatest time with it. But if you're not religious, it's hilarious. Yeah, like I said, it used to be like a family tradition, so I've seen like, Phantom of the Opera, Beauty and the Beast, I saw Wicked, I saw Lion King, I've seen a bunch. Dude, that happened to me the other day. They are living the meme your phone is listening to. That happened to me the other day where something we were talking about. Which play was my favorite is? My top plays were Book of Mormon, The Producers, and probably Phantom of the Opera. Phantom of the Opera is corny, but it's fun. I disliked Lion King and Cats the most. Yeah, Phantom was fun. Cats to me is atrocious. And Wicked's music pissed me off beyond belief. Yeah, don't see Cats. Don't see Cats. I saw Cats the movie because me and my buddy had a pact to see it. And it was right before the pandemic. And me and my buddy, two grown men, went to see Cats on like a Tuesday evening. And the people just laughed at us. I love Phantom of the Opera, Chase, but it is corny. The movie, living to meme, if you like shitty movies, watch Cats. Because there are some horrendous things you'll see in that film. It is an abortion of a film. And Chase, I fucking love Phantom. Once again. Masquerade! Favorite song out of Phantom? Masquerade. Easy. And past the point of no return. That last segment was sponsored by Andrew Lloyd Webber. Because he has endless amounts of money. No worries, Chase. Thanks for stopping by. It's nice seeing you again. Yeah, I'm not familiar with a lot of Oscar Wilde stuff. That is definitely a gap in my musical and plays. We're all old ladies. Diz. I hope you do, Chase. No, I know who Oscar Wilde is. And I've heard of him. I'm not very familiar with this stuff. Little old ladies. Nothing wrong with little old ladies. Yeah, and also it's just like, I'll say this, I didn't have a huge passion for musicals, as in it's not like I was like pushing to go see specific ones. My family, my sisters, and my mom loved them, and so I saw a bunch of them, but they're not like, I can appreciate them, but they're not like a passion, like they are for some. And that's fine. But I will force everybody to be fans of oil paint. Or else. That's true. Yeah. And there's no reason to, Diz, right? Like, you don't need to be alright. I know it's funny me saying this, okay? We don't need to know everything. We don't need to know every reference. but the only thing we need to know is what's important to us. Talking to the biggest fucking know-it-all ever. I just know about paint, damn it. I swear. I feel like there's like a collective sigh for anybody who's paying attention. Just paint? I'm still in favor of Paint Maniac. Yeah. I think Paint Maniac is, you know, very fitting. But if I were to change my name, it would probably just evolve to my name. When I'm comfortable associating my name with my paints. Yeah, go for it, Diz. I hope it goes well. I should create a lurk command. I don't have a lurk command yet. got Masquerade stuck in my head now. Is that about Masquerade or about something else? Are you a Phantom fan? So Masquerade is a song from Phantom of the Opera. My favorite song from Phantom of the Opera. So it's one of the major songs from Andrew Lloyd Webber's famous hit, Phantom of the Opera. Oh no, I had not even heard of a band called Masquerade. But Masquerade is definitely one that will get stuck in your head. I don't know, are executioners generally into musicals? Fuck. That's paint on a shirt. I really need to get a smock. I have ruined too many clothes. Not a bad choice. I did, Diz. I almost went to school for music, actually. I played bass, trombone, tuba, euphonium. Played them all. I was actually like a all-state musician. Played a little bit in college, but I haven't played since then. Yeah, I was a little brass section. Was pretty good at jazz in high school. I was fancy. I was good. Well, all right. I'm very pompous when it comes to this. I was a pretty good musician, as far as instruments go. So I know that sounds super pompous, but like I said, almost went to college for it. So, I went through an audition process at Vanderbilt University, and which is like a bit of a big deal to a certain extent, because like there's like an application to even get in, and they don't take a lot of people, and they accepted me into the school, but I didn't like I got accepted to the School of Music, but at Vanderbilt you got to get accepted to the entire school, which I did not. And so then I just went wholeheartedly into engineering. My parents made me play an instrument. In my family, we had to play an instrument when we could, so I started in 4th grade. In our school district, that's when we started. And I originally wanted to play saxophone, but we couldn't play. I originally wanted to play saxophone, but our school said you had to play clarinet first. I didn't want to do that because my sister played clarinet. And then I tried trumpet, and my lips were essentially too big for trumpet, so I couldn't get like good sounds out of it right away. And then I'm a larger guy, so they tried to put me into tuba, and I refused, so my only option was euphonium or trombone. And what's it? My brother played euphonium, and so I picked trombone. Gotcha. So then, I played all through high school, and my brother, you might call it a baritone, but it's in actuality it's euphonium. So it's like the smaller version of the tuba. But then and then throughout school I was pretty good, and then I picked up. Basically, I got asked to play tuba for something, and I agreed. So then I learned tuba. But if you learn tuba, you learn euphonium and baritone because they have the same fingerings; they're just at different octaves. And so then I played euphonium for some things as well. So it's actually the fingerings for like the scales, like. So I could, like, at the end, I could play scales on a trumpet because the scales are the same fingerings for, like, a euphonium and tuba as they are for, like, a trumpet. But. So, yeah, I am pompous. But it was a part of my life that I don't. I did not learn the piano. I wish I did. That's one of my biggest musical regrets, is not learning. That was actually something I was looking forward to in college. If I went to school for music, was learning piano. Yeah, for a band we had to do like we had a really good band program from where I was from, so like we had to like try out for the bands we were in class, and that part of that process was playing scales. I mean, like what, like times I dabbled, like I could play parts of certain songs, but I could never play with like full bands and stuff like that. But I always admired piano players. I agree with that to an extent. Um, I think a lot of it has to do with like what you're confident in learning to a certain extent. But I also think it just goes to what you like. But you know, you could argue that like what you like is what you're just like instinctually good at, right? People don't like doing things that they're bad at. So, you know, you're probably. I'll revise. I think you're right. But yeah, like I said, I'm happy my parents, you know, that was a thing in my family. I'm glad I did it. Very true. Obsessed with oils. My conversion to paint maniac is almost finished. I have to say I've always had kind of a knack for just like being obsessed with something, but the oil obsession has lasted quite a bit of time. Masquerade is still stuck in my head. Who started the musical discussion? We have to ban them. I'll have to get my executioner on it. All right, ads are starting in a minute. Let's go take a break. So go paint a masterpiece. Solve world hunger. You know the drill. 5 minutes. I'll be back. What's up, Jake? Yeah, we got raided twice today. So it's by nothing other than freak luck and kindness. How are you doing today? Alright, let's get that guy out. Okay. No, I don't. I wouldn't personally. You're talking about like with my station? Like I could be much more. I could be more serious about my cleanliness. There were. One of the raids was very large. Well, both the raids were large. One was 60-something people, so my retention rate is fantastic. No, it's very nice. Nice lady over, the nice lady over there. If you don't watch her stream, you should. She's super fun. She's a very talented painter. I highly recommend. Yeah, love her. Oh, she loves the DeVitos. Dia, who's my executioner mod, is her mod. That's how me and Dia know each other. Oh yeah, she's. I mean, I made her mod. I don't know if she wanted that, but essentially, she has the freedom to do, but there's no expectations. But she's good at busting heads. So watch out. That's just the narrative I've assigned her. But she's super kind. Exactly. When you least expect it. She'll find you. Yeah. I agree. I agree. I hate using small brushes. Why do I do it? Yeah, grow a pair. I've gone back and forth. I use flat brushes though, so flats. I try and paint with as large of brushes. I try and paint with as large brushes as I can tolerate. To a certain extent, like right now, I could obviously be painting with a much bigger brush. No, there's no like don't take that as like, I have not enjoyed using round brushes, but everybody has their preference. Once again, there's 30 trillion ways to do the same exact thing. So it's like, it's one of those fallacies, right? Where it's like, in painting, you'll see somebody who's like, oh, well, this professional, you know, uses these, so I'm going to use these. I mean, you gotta do what you want to try and what you're comfortable with, right? So it's like, yeah. See, my main focus is to paint loosely and expressively, as far as like stylistically what I want to do, right? But I'm also just trying to learn. And yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, everything, you can learn anything and everything. So like I saw, well, you don't have to paint loosely. If you want to paint, what's a good way of saying this? If that's what you like, right? I like John Singer Sargent, right? And I want the world to forget about that son of a bitch and look at my stuff now. But in reality, it's like I admire his work. And I envision myself, if I was to become a good painter, that's how I'd want to paint, right? But some people look at his stuff and they don't feel something, right? They see a hyper realistic oil painting and they say that's what I want to do. Oh yeah, he's like a master in everything, in my opinion. But so it's like, okay, so if you don't like him, there's nothing wrong with that. And if you want to paint hyper realistically, his techniques won't work. In my opinion, he's the mega. Like, yeah, I agree with you. But I also have to concede that, like, what you like artistically is highly personal well, it's subjective to the person, right? So if you want to learn to do his stuff, then yes, I would suggest painting, like I would suggest painting with a larger brush. I'd suggest painting loosely, trying to hit your lights and colors. Yeah, and that's why, like, I keep my definition of what I'm trying to learn kind of like simple as that. I'm working on my lights and darks. I'm not trying to imitate John Singer Sargent. I'm trying to destroy him. But yeah, like it's, and so, you know, like I said, I hate how much I say that, but with regards to learning, when you're painting, I think you should go out with you should you should have a purpose for what you're trying to achieve. Thank you. But with every painting session you do, be clear in your head, and it's not easy to hold to it all the time, but be clear in your head is my intent while I'm painting today is to try and make my lights and darks as accurate as possible. Or or this painting I want to be, right, just something, right? And it should go towards what your goal as an artist or your art is striving for, right? So like I said, if I want to be as good as John Singer Sargent, absurd as that sounds. I know I have to paint lights and darks as good as him. I have to paint colors. I have to see colors. I have to paint shapes as well as him. And then I have to prioritize that list. Because if I don't do that, well, then I'm just kind of meandering around and painting something that loses intent. Right? Your intent, so it's like, let's round this thought off by saying is your intent with each session of painting is important. But also, that's also overshadowed by really the most important thing when you're painting is enjoying it. Don't force yourself to enjoy anything. We die too young to waste our time doing something we don't enjoy. Fantastic. Yeah, after the stream, I'm going to check out that shroom. We'll compare mushrooms. Alright, that was too perverted. I apologize. I can't help but say something perverted when presented the opportunity. We're all perverts, alright? Alright, Diz. Somebody says they're not a pervert, they're lying to you. Art prom. Very much so. Were you here for the art boobs that I accidentally showed on stream? You missed out. You missed out on Anders Zorn art boobs. Oh, you're fine. I would have allowed it. Oh, that's a shame. Showed some good old art boobs. Now, frankly, all you need is a Google search to find good old Anders Zorn art boobs. Yeah, I'll make that mistake again, Diz. Don't you worry. Hold me to it. Hold me to the art boobs promise. Exactly. I think this needed to come up. choose wisely. Yeah, it's in our history, I think. Yeah, that's one trick, by the way, Diz. If you're looking for references on Google, I notice yours have the watermarks on there. Sometimes if they show them without the watermarks, and if you right click on the image and open a new tab, you can open up the exact image that you're looking at in Google. That's what I do a lot of the time. So there's a thing, open image and new tab. Yeah, so all you do is when you so if you do an image search in Google, right? If you take a look at an image and just right click on it, you open image in new tab, you can see the image there, if you wanted to. And that works well with the watermarked ones. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, of course. Painting's always better with good company. Doing anything is much better with good company. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Because Lord knows I'm having the worst time. No, I'm having a great time. I love me painting. I'm glad people are enjoying painting with me. Big plus. A big plus. no such thing as hit me. No, don't question what you don't know what's going on. No, that is purely a artistic intent. Some people leave parts of the canvas open. So I was talking about this earlier. Some people paint on copper panels, and they'll actually leave parts of the copper exposed for part of the effect. No, there's nothing you have to do. Do what you want to do and what you enjoy. Or else. Yeah, that's fine. No, so you know another reason why I stain my canvas? Like, you notice how I don't have light showing, I have like a darker color? Right? Why I do that? There is a reason I do. Yeah, so do you have interest in knowing that, or do you want to figure it out? Yeah, so the reason why I stain my canvas... Tricks like what? Well, so the reason I stain it, and I'm not painting on white, is for the main reason, is that I don't want to look at the white while I'm painting other colors, because it will trick you into seeing things that are not there. So your brain will trick you into seeing values wrong. So if you notice that my palette isn't white, my palette is actually fairly dark. My palette is, yeah. So my palette is about the same darkness as, I'd say it's around here. This color at the bottom here, value-wise. Maybe it's actually closer to this. Well, so when you look at white like that, it will trick you into thinking everything that you're doing is darker than it is. And that's the sole reason I stain my canvas. But some people don't. Some people deal with that just fine. And we call those people sociopaths. Yeah, go for it. I want to see it. I always gotta take my shots at sociopaths, as we all do. No, some people don't need to do that though, and they could just paint on white and see things perfectly. I struggled with it in the past. So even though I might appear to be perfect with everything and anything I do and say, I do have my struggles. And that was my sociopathic comment of the day. I'm going to try and use the elephant. Yep, so like I said, the most important thing to achieve glow is having the proper value range, right? So make sure that there's enough of a light to dark or dark to light change is the most effective way to get that effect. Well, just know that look at how little white I've used in this painting. I've done a lot of my lights and darks today with just using yellow. So just know that there's other things other than white that you can use to lighten and darken your paints. Well, I don't know. I don't necessarily. If you're calling blending, you're talking about mixing color, or are you talking about blending the paints on the canvas? So we'll make this distinction between the two. Okay, you mean mix it. Okay. I thought so because you said that before, and and in the context of that one, it seemed like that was your intent. Just know that, once again, have fun, have a goal on what you want to achieve, and the results don't matter. And that will lead to a lot more happiness. Yep. Take it slow. Enjoy it. Or else. I strongly suggest, if you're learning, hold the brush from the back. That's my suggestion. But if you're just more comfortable painting like this, by all means. Flails wildly. I'll say the more you don't, like, if you don't start with it, the harder it is to kind of get yourself to do it later. raw umber, and purple red. So, do you want me to give you advice, or do you want to wait and see? Okay. So, browns are orange. Brown is not a color, orange is a color, okay? So, brown is just dark orange, all right? What is the complementary of orange? It is blue, right? So, that's why when we mix brown and blue, or dark colors, we get a black. Because the complementary desaturates the other one, okay? So when I want to make a dark red, or a darker red than my current red, yes. So when I want to make a darker red, I know my red is pure red. There's no other reds in it, okay? I mean, there's no other blues, there's no yellows in it, there's nothing else in it. I know that. I can get into that later. But, so what I can do is, I can add a dark orange, which has red and yellow, right? But there's yellow in this. So what happens is you'll get a brownish red, a yellow, darker yellowish red a lot of the time. So to make it more true to red, I add blue to cancel out the orange. So all I'm left with is a darker version of my red. So when you have raw umber and a dark purple, so dark purple you have red and blue, raw umber you have red and yellow, right? But they're, yes, blue to cancel the orange, all right? See the blue and the purple, but here's the one thing though, is raw umber is not very saturated, right? This is why I don't like raw umbers or raw siennas, because they don't have enough chroma to cancel each other out very well. So what's gonna happen is when you use like raw umbers or like colors that are desaturated, is you're also gonna create a desaturated red. You get what I'm saying? So that's why specifically in this palette I use ultramarine blue in burnt umber, because they're similar values and they're similar strength in how much chroma that they have. You get what I'm saying? So that's, I don't recommend the use of raw umbers personally because of the desaturated nature. But yeah, I'm dropping a lot on you here. No worries. You should get a darker red with that, but you might have to add a lot of raw umber. Yeah, this is like kind of like a base. In good. I'm glad you like it. I'm not like overwhelming you. But that's how color. And that's how you got to think about when you're mixing colors. This is why I also recommend that. This is why I use burnt umber. You have raw umber, which is a more desaturated version. So it's a weaker orange than burnt umber. That's why I don't recommend it. So that's like the issue when you make a palette with a bunch of different colors and stuff, is you have to do more math when you're mixing colors, right? You have to think like in terms like that to see what the resultant is, you know. Well, what colors do you got? What reds do you have? What reds do you have on your palette? Because this is kind of a cherry red, right? Like you kind of consider this one that I've been using a cherry red? advertising. Off the bat, I would try mixing burnt sienna and purple red. I don't know how much purple red is, but I would try burnt sienna and purple red. Vermilion is pretty... you could also try vermilion and purple red. If vermilion is what I think it is. But burnt sienna is very, very a bit. But if that doesn't work, I would try scarlet and purple red. I would use purple red because all of your other reds have yellow in it, by the way. And the complementary of purple is yellow, right? So I would see what the best version is of mixing some burnt sienna and purple red, or purple red and vermilion, or purple red and scarlet. All three of those options will probably give you something that is usable. A lot of people do that. That's not an uncommon thing. So here, 1 second. So I'm mixing a ton of burnt umbers, or making a ton of burnt umbers. So I have this is a canvas, and I'm going to put all of them in here so I can measure the color and I can see how it looks dry. Right. So this was the Italian burnt umber that I made as a test run. Okay. People will take some of their paint and look at it wet and put it on something to let it dry. To see how it looks dry. So this is something you could do. This is just like a notebook. It's like $10, like 10 sheets. Yeah. So tomorrow when I'm making paints, I'm gonna put them on here so that when they dry, I can measure their color, their true color dry. Not to mention I have a visual reference of it. Paint maniac. Well, you're not being lazy. You're talking to a crazy person. You're talking to somebody who does too much. But if it can benefit people, I'm good with it. I mean, that's just how I enjoy this process. Not everybody enjoys that. There's one note on that too, though. Don't do it on like paper from a printer or normal paper. It contains acid and it will not be truly representative of the color. Yeah, perfect. That will work. Well, there's a reason why I, clean my palette is, I'm pretty sure, hold on. I think it's like, it might be 20 by 16. So it's 8, yeah, it's 20 by 16, the size of my palette. I thought, the best online art supply store, in my opinion, is Jerry's Artorama. And I got it off of Artorama, and I think it was like 25. It might have been 30 bucks. This palette, where it has the neutral color background. You like the mix I recommended? Good. I'm glad that worked out. So always think about the complementaries that are within the color that you're mixing with. It's the best start you can give yourself when you're mixing. I really take my time with this stuff. I could have painted this a lot faster. Thank you. I'm trying. The only thing that I'm being like a little bit too tedious, I think, with a lot of my, I think a lot of my choices overall, but that's not. Me too. It should be fun. That's. I hope people do. I hope people get better or understand at least what they want to do better, so that they can do the things. They can execute their own art better. That would be a good start, or a good thing. Color theory is very important to art. I have to say, I think a lot of people do. I think because I like learn by doing is important, but learning without guidance is also very dangerous. So learn by doing, but having guidance is very important. And having guidance that you can trust is very important. And it's I think that's a very important. Well, it can be discouraging, but it's also you don't want to be doing things that are to your detriment, right? Like a lot of people, I think, develop habits early on because they don't have proper instruction. And I don't want to imply that I haven't had perfect instruction. I've had to figure out a lot of things, but I'm good at that type of stuff. But I do need to take a break. And so it'll be about 5 minutes. And I'll be back. Doing it now, Diz. No worries, Diz. Have fun with your sister if you can hear me. Thanks for hanging out like you usually do. Oh, no worries. Okay. Well, sweet. Stick around. I'm not the only sociopath, am I? No, I appreciate it. I appreciate the company. You're always great company. Once again, great use of the emotes. Perfect. That should be a command. Creeper mode. Not lurk. It should be creeper mode. I've been inspired. As you should. I should be able to do that by tomorrow. should. K-Heart. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Gojima Ghost, how are you doing? Thank you very much for the raid. Thank you for the follow, Gojima. Much appreciated. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Very much mushrooms. Dark Spidey, how are you? K-Heart, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar. Thank you for the follow, K-Heart. If you wanna if you want to put any of your socials or anything or paste it in there, feel free. I'm just oil painting some mushrooms. Some spooky, terrifying mushrooms. But yeah, I do oil painting here. That's what I do. Is that 2? Yeah, if you wanna share any of your stuff, I'm thank you, K-Hard. Much appreciated. What do you work on? Awesome. I'm not really set up to put it on stream, so I apologize, but I'm taking a look at it right now. Oh, this is cool. Awesome. Oh, we gotta do... These are really cool. I like these a lot. They remind me of like album covers to a certain extent. It's really cool. You're welcome. I like that evil goose just staring at you. Thank you so much. Yeah, my whole thing is, no worries, Gojima. I'm just like, I'm not into digital. I've just always enjoyed, well, not always, but I just do oils. That's all I do. My shtick is I do oils from start to finish. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've been liking the rain choice recently. Well, thank you, Gojima. Yeah, so I do oil paintings from start to finish on the stream. So at the beginning of this stream, this was just a blank canvas. Yeah, that's what I do. So if you check out my Instagram below, if you want to see more, well, the link is below. And yeah, I just all those paintings were done in streams, or a vast majority of them. But yeah, I do a lot of portraits generally. Thank you. And yeah, I just kind of roll with that. Last time I did a campfire, and now today I'm doing some shrooms. Took a little break from portraits for forever. No, I don't know. I felt like doing something different. Yeah, I have an infatuation with David Bowie. I love him. I'm a David Bowie maniac. And, so there are several portraits of David Bowie down there. He's my fave. There's a Danny DeVita in there recently. Yeah, he's my favorite musician by a good amount. Let's see, I did an Alfred Hitchcock recently. Oh, that's exactly what I wanted to see, Gojima. I'm all pent up. I've been painting for 6 hours, let's do this. You have no idea what you've just done. I threaten my viewers, alright? Don't judge me. Alright? I'm a maniac. What can I say? I think people just do that to see what I'll do. I'm down however you want to do it. I've only lost 3,880 times. But I'm due for a win. I'm due for a win. One of these days. I like that. Oof, that's awesome. It certainly is. I'm like Rasputin, I never die. Unfortunately not. I do not grow a good beard. Yeah. But I have a rockin' head of hair. So I get to, I got that going for me at least. Balls. Depends on if I'm alone or not. So we've been going for 6 hours and 20 minutes. I probably got a solid 2 hours left in this bad boy. I've had, my last one was 9 hours. I've had, my longest is 13. That one was rough. It can be. It can be. It's a lot easier, frankly, when I'm talking with people. It's nice with how kind people are. And, yeah, definitely. Yeah, it really does, Gojima. And when you have somebody nice to talk to, or a group of people who are chatting, it makes the time go by a lot faster. So yeah, it's all relative to if I'm alone and I'm just like sitting here and I don't have any chatting, it can drag on. It can be difficult. But thankfully, that hasn't been the case that much anymore, which is wonderful. And you were my third raid today, so that was awesome. So thank you again for that. Yeah, I should follow you too. What the hell am I doing? When do you usually stream, by the way? 'Cause I'd love to see some of your stuff. Also, tomorrow, if either of you have interest, I'm doing a stream where I'm making my own oil paint. So if either of you are interested in that, I'm starting at 4 o'clock America time, Central America time. Awesome. Yeah, I'll check you out on Wednesday, and you have a wonderful dinner. Yeah, 4 p.m. Central. So 2 o'clock your time, but it's going to go for a while. It's not going to be like an hour or something like that. That shit takes a while. Can take a while sometimes. Well, also with the amount I'm making, it will take me a while. So if you're interested in the process, come check it out. Or else. Awesome. Yeah, both of you, thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the raid again. I hope you both have wonderful nights. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment. I really appreciate it. sorry. I was just in the zone yet. Sorry if I didn't respond to you. Thank you. I'm really fiddling around. I'm really fiddling around with them a bit. Just fiddling with the shrooms. Oh, fantastic. Good. Sometimes I just kind of forget, like, where I'm, like, how long it was when I last looked at chat. Thank you. Perfect. I don't know, probably a few hours, I think. At least since, like, the last time we talked. Let's try something. Yeah, that's the curse of not being able to sleep. I'm very familiar. Alright, good enough. Alright, let's see how this works, Dio. Oh, not what I wanted for the first one. I need something. I want to do this with a brush. I need to practice with this style, or these tools, I should say. This is tough. I want to be able to use tools more effectively, but I struggle because I haven't practiced with them. So we're going to try tools. Okay, that's more like a monk that I like. What'd you do, Diz? Because you could always just paint over it. You ran out of white paint, Biggs? I'm sorry about that. Trials and tribulations of art. Yep. Oh, good. That's the right attitude, Biggs. Too much? Probably too much. Started in the wrong spot. Let's see. So this area got too dark. So let's try this. Just kind of like undid what I just did. So that's good. Try this. Try that. Yeah, I mean, you use it for flow off your brush, right? That's the best usage of it. That's a way to start it. Remember to not be a coward. So Biggs, a really good generic paint color for a base of flesh tones is called Terra Rosa. If I had to recommend a paint to start as a basis of almost all flesh tones, Terra Rosa. Terra is correct. Rosa, not Rose. So ROSA. That's probably the best generic flesh tone base. So you use that with some white, and you can desaturate it however you want as well. But that's probably like a good starter flesh color. That's one I personally used, actually. You're welcome. That's a very common color too. It's not an expensive color. It's an earth mineral. So it's a clay, I believe. But also, Biggs, I highly recommend not buying colors that are like flesh tone or something that has like a predestined mixing. So those colors are called hue colors. So they're made with multiple pigments, and I recommend not using paints that have multiple pigments. And there are reasons for this. And I can expand upon that if you want. But that is, and that is an opinion of mine. That's not like, but it's for practicality reasons. Yeah, so you might see something that's like called Viridian Hue or Cerulean Hue, something like that. A vast majority of those are not the true colors, but they're made through mixing of other pigments, okay? Or a cheaper version of said pigment. I don't recommend, for the sake of your mixing, to not use paints that have multiple pigments in them. So try and get paints that only have a single pigment in them. So my titanium white only contains the pigment for titanium white, simply yellow, red, blue, brown. My black is a mix, but I mix it with 2 colors on my palette. But I also am going to use ivory black or bone black in the future because of its darkness. Good. I was hoping it would be. I wasn't sure if people, I'll rewind this one, because there's some stuff. That was the intent. And to slowly brainwash you all. What did I just say? Nothing wrong with that. Remember, if that's how you want to do it, yeah, exactly, perfect. Good. You're on the right track. Don't get down on yourself. There's never shame with doing something you enjoy as long as it doesn't hurt anybody else. Right? I'll preface it with that. Fuck, do it. How you doing? I'm doing well. We're almost at 7 hours, mind you. Nice to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Well, if you want to make it photorealistic, there's nothing wrong with that. I do remember doubt. Fuck doubt. I just do it. I don't know. Works for me more. I do remember that. Or am I lying? Who knows? Maybe I want to seem smarter than I am. I'm very insecure. Doubt. Very insecure. Fact doubt. I doubt that very much. I like that. That's good. I like good use. All right, you won that round, doubt. You won that round. Thanks for stopping by. Much appreciated. Sorry, just do it. Balls. Only fuck, do it. It's a stock. It's a stock. I would like to start doing my own stuff, but what I really want to do is start setting up a shadow box, so eventually I would like to set up a shadow box. I don't know if you're familiar with that or not, so I apologize if I'm explaining something that you're already aware of. But a shadow box is like a box where you put in props and stuff. You can put in flowers, and it has lighting in a background, like you put a curtain in it. And I'd like to have a camera on that, so that we can you can see that as my reference, and we can do different ones. Well, you're welcome, Viz. And it's something that a lot of painters have used in the past as like as a method of just setting up stuff for paintings, like still lifes. It's what you put still lifes. The macro side. What do you mean by that? I still want to achieve realism, right? So I'm not gonna like pick out specific. Like I do have some brush marks, but I try to imply. So yes, in that context, it is macro. Yeah. But that makes more sense. But I try to avoid, like, really getting into the weeds, even though I spend so much freaking time on these things sometimes. That's me trying to overcome, like, a lot of it is a matter of confidence, in my opinion. So, like, one thing I try to work on, but it's proven to be kind of a tough nut to crack for myself, is confidence in my own brushstrokes. So ideally, I would not, like, go over things a bunch, you know, keep it simple, right, and get the most out of simple implications of details. But that has proven to be easier said than done. Right, painting with the confidence of the John Singer Sargent. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's more referencing, like, you know, my personal goals, right? How do I think I'm going to grow, or what things do I need to do I think to grow and get to that place, right? Obviously, hitting colors, hitting values are super important. And then, like, ancillary things being, in this context, being confident brushstrokes, proper simplification. Not proper is the wrong word for it. But simplifying details and painting only what's necessary. Right? Like the concept of how, like, and I did some exercises on this on stream before. Those are posted on Instagram too. But it's like, can I paint something with as little brushstrokes as possible, and can I convince you it's at them? And, you know, from a certain distance up, you know. Doubt, you're in like you're in the Netherlands, right? Or Denmark? Is it Denmark? It could be something like that. Thanks, Dia. Thank you for helping out like you do. Or being here. So thank you. I hope you have a wonderful sleep. Get some good rest. Shit, is it past midnight? Oh, no, it's past midnight for you. Yes, later today is the paint making stream. Good night. Have a wonderful night. Thank you. I'll do my best. I still got plenty of time to fuck this up. Live up to my name. appreciate the confidence. Well, maybe I'll still be going when you wake up. We'll see. I am so good with compliments. It's unbelievable. Mimi, my sister, my niece, my baby niece that I showed that picture of, she says that all the time. I'm like, me. You just reminded me of my very cute niece. Yeah, because my sister is one-upping all of us because my sister speaks 3 languages. So she's talking to that baby in 3 different languages. So that baby, and my mom speaks Ukrainian, and my mom's speaking Ukrainian to the baby. So that baby is going to speak 4 freaking languages in like a few years. It's going to be ridiculous. Jealous. Nope, this is 18 by 14. So, I know, right? That baby's set. So yeah, there's your ruler. I usually work with 18. The canvases I buy are generally 18 by 14 or 12 by 16, and I've done a few 16 by 20s. That's generally the range I work with. Well, you wrote 8 inches by 6 inches, right? Or did you mean something else? Surely I gave centimeters. Hey, I know my conversions, my friend. 2.54 centimeters per inch. Surely you gave centimeters. I like the implication about like the person is displayed. I think that might be too light. It looks too light on the camera. I know. Duh, I'm an engineer. I hate that I hate it. It's the dumbest thing we've ever done. Dumbest thing we've ever done. Well, no, it's actually the dumbest thing the Brits ever did. But us not converting to metric when we have a chance. We had a president that was trying to do it. I forget which one. Yeah. I've had to do those conversions quite a bit. Let's do this. See, not confident brushstrokes. What I'd like to avoid. Really, it's that dark over there? What the fuck? No way. No way. MN Scratcher. Thank you for the follow. Of course, Diz. Of course you may. I just see, this is just a picture, I see a picture of my screen, or you watching my, my stream, and then I see your reference. On. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I know that. That's the reference of the one you're doing. But I don't see the photo of your painting. Yeah, no, I like your reference a lot. It's whimsical. Do you have a picture of your painting so far that you would like to share? If not, no worries. Okay. This that worked out better than I expected. Oh no, wait, you see it? Why? I see your reference, I just don't see what you've been painting. Or is it in the bottom? Hold on. Oh, there it is. Okay, I see it. There we go. Not bad. I got you now. Yeah. No, so, alright, based on, of course, and based on what I've told you before, what could we do, and that red did turn out very good. What can we do to make that glow stand out even more, right? Because you're so close to it matching the reference. Your color matching is very good too. Very good. Yep. So the one thing that I see right now is if you desaturate the blue a little bit and make it like a step darker, the blue background around it. So if you were to take that same blue and add a little bit of your raw umber that I know you have, yep, desaturate blue with orange, right? And the raw umber is fairly dark, right? So we desaturate blue with orange, right? We know raw umber is a desaturated orange, so we'll desaturate the blue, and because there's just also mass going into it that's not blue, that's going to desaturate it slightly as well, right? So, so if you were to take that same blue and mix in some raw umber, I think you'll get more of it, the effect. But you're really close, and it looks great. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you, Biggs. I think that's a good idea. I'm gonna set up a Discord tonight, Biggs, so you can share your work. You know, we can share, and I can discuss your work if you want. Yeah. And another thing, Diz, what yellows do you have on your palette? Just out of curiosity. Okay, yeah, lemon yellow. Okay, so what I would what you could do also is add a touch of that lemon yellow to that background mixture. So you're going to darken it, desaturate it with the raw umber, and add a touch of that lemon yellow to move the blue slightly. I would use the lemon yellow before in this context. I would use the lemon yellow, because that blue in the background is more like, yeah, is like a little bit more. Well, yellow ochre is very opaque, and so it's easy to take over the mixture. But you'll move that blue into like the green side of blue, right? And I think that will also help. Yeah, we can work on. I'm down to try something like that. Like I said, I'm going to set up Discord, because painting to me has just been bagging me. Ugh. That guy. Yeah. I'm down to organize something like that. I'm really dicking around. Dick on, sir? Oh, I got. Sorry. I wasn't sure what you meant by that, and then I just realized what I just said. Yeah, I wouldn't. The yellow ochre is very opaque. The lemon yellow, most likely that you're using, is not. So I would recommend just using a tiny, not a ton. You won't need a ton, but some. Because you made it darker, right? Like the mushroom looks more glowy, right? Because you made the background darker. Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right, I need to stand up. So everybody, let's reconvene in approximately 5 minutes. Ads are starting in 3. My ass is hurting from this chair. So yeah, let's take a break. 1, 2, 3, break. And we're back. Okay. Time to do these steps. I'm sorry. What is the name? Ialo? Thank you for the follow. I'm sorry. It took me a while to see that. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Sorry, I was kind of preoccupied with something else. Or just focused on something else. So my bad. Yeah. I'm going to stick with that. Thank you so much. Nice, Biggs. Yeah, so by tomorrow I'll have a link down below that you can just click on to join. I'll get that taken care of. Tomorrow, um, I'm making paint tomorrow on stream. This is not a kilogram of cocaine. This is a kilogram of titanium white pigment. We are making paint tomorrow. 4 o'clock my time. So. But we have white. We have, these are 2 different ultramarine blues that we're going to try out. I got a ton of burnt umbers. I'm going to finally find the burnt umber. Central time, Central American time. So right now it is currently 12:44 my time, 12:44 p.m. my time. So in approximately 16 hours. No, 15 hours. I'm going to do a stream where you make me. So east is, so it'll be 7 hours off for you. So I think it'll be 11 o'clock. Is when I start. It is going on YouTube as well, in case you want to like see it. I mean, it's gonna go pretty long. I'm not gonna guarantee it'll go as long as this one. Yeah, I mean, I'm starting earlier than usual because I have a lot of European friends that are gonna that want to see it. So I'm starting an hour earlier than usual. But so I hope you can make it. I hope that works out for you in some. Or you get here in time. And once again, that wasn't drugs. No drugs. Just pigment. Yes, you can. No, there shouldn't be an issue. The one thing is it'll take longer for the gesso to dry. So don't use it until that gesso is completely dry. But to my knowledge, there isn't anything. There is not a detrimental thing for that. Diggs, there's also an oil-based primer called ground, like oil ground, that you can use, but that also has the long drying time. I'm actually probably going to transition to that. Well, I'm going to use, if I make my own canvases someday, which I probably will, I will be priming them with oil grounds. But gesso is just a lot easier. Fantastic. No, it's not. No need to apologize. But everybody was panicking. No worries. Who knows? Maybe it was all a figment of your imagination, because you've been here the entire time. You were saying a bunch of weird stuff. I don't know. I'm just telling you what I was encountering. I should have done this before. Yeah, it's looking great. It's a great work. And not meaning it sarcastically. Some of your early attempts, your forms are good. Your colors are very close. Yeah, drawing can be tough. So definitely, there's a lot there that you can now build off of. Players are no longer go, but it's all part of the process. I'm happy to do it. This is well, it's all about execution, right? It's part of, right? It's taking your knowledge and you it's using your knowledge that you've accumulated to do something specific, right? But if you keep on trying and like I said, as if you enjoy it, you will make great improvements. If you keep your focus, enjoy it, perfect. It's all we can ask. And thank you for hanging out as much as you have. What color did I use for the grass? Where in the grass? So I used my yellow ultramarine blue and some of my burnt umber to desaturate. Right, so if my green is too strong, that's usually because the blue is too strong. So in those cases, I'll add some burnt umber into it to make it less strong. Well, yes, burnt umber. I use a good amount of burnt umber, and that's why I'm going to lengths. Like with my mixing, I bought 8 different burnt umbers, and I did that because I'm trying to find the exact burnt umber that I like. Now, but what's important? So I've said this before, but you might not have been here, but. When I put colors on my palette, an important thing, in my opinion, is you don't have redundant colors. So you shouldn't have a color on your palette that you can mix with your other colors, right? Because the moment you do that, you have redundancy that's just not needed, right? So you're like overcomplicating certain things, right? Sorry, grabbing the water. So then that also means that what's important color, what important colors are on your palette are ones that are strong chroma colors, right? Because, like I said, raw umber I can make with my I can match your raw umber with my palette very easily. Right? I can match it with my burnt umber and ultramarine. I know I can. So if I had a palette with burnt umber and raw umber and ultramarine blue, I have redundancy there, right? And I just don't need it, right? So I'm of the opinion that if you're going to add colors to a palette, make it ones that you can't mix, right? First off, right? And you can change your palette per your reference in your painting, but I also think that's not a great way of doing things in general. I think your palette you should aim to have your palette be usable in a lot of the cases that you're painting in. And so that's why I have so few colors in my palette. Yes. Yes, Doubt. So also, because I paint realism Doubt, I don't need to extend into like whimsical colors like pastel. Yeah. And so yeah, it's just it is of my opinion that that's a more correct route. But I also think it benefits one with regards to improving your technical understanding of color theory and values. Now, once again, people are people are happy with how they want to do it. No, I'll show you my first oil painting. Jack Skellington was very early though. I think that was like my third or fourth. Like the sociopath, egomaniac I am, I have a picture of all my paintings. That was my first. Yeah, this was, here, I'll tell you the exact date this one was. 1 second. This was October 3rd, 2021 that I took this picture. It was quite the glare. Well, that's also the picture was bad. Yeah, this my second painting is this. A lot of skulls early on too. Thank you, Diz. Yeah, I started off doing a bunch of flowers. I played around with a bunch of different stuff. And then I did the David Bowie. The David Bowie was my, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4. It was like my 7th painting. It was my first portrait. One of the David Bowies. But I don't like. I didn't start because I was locked down. I like just being. I like being alone and doing things I enjoy. But yes, technically I started in the pandemic. But it wasn't a driver. Was that when I felt more comfortable with those? No, I just was like, I wanna get into portraits, and so I just decided to try it. Because I started miniature painting right before the pandemic. I played Warhammer as a kid, and I did acrylic painting with miniatures when I was a kid. Like I'm talking like middle school, and then I didn't play it for a long time, and then I caught some people painting. I'm like, oh, this is interesting. I'll give it a try again. And then I started watching a streamer. His name's Wapelius, who paints miniatures with oils. And so that was in like September, October. I got into it. My family had oil paints lying around, so I borrowed our old oil painting supplies. I tried it on a miniature. It went terrible. Very much so. And what's it? And so then I decided I should learn how to like use oils before I attempt this more miniatures, because I just wasn't working with what I was trying because I just knew so little. And I then did painting, and I just never went back. Well, that's how it went. I just enjoyed doing painting so much that I hadn't stopped. And that is my villainous story. I had intentions originally of going back to miniature painting, but yeah, once I started kind of rolling, because I started painting a lot just immediately. Yeah, bitten by the bug. I'm sensing that. For me too. Yeah. It really was like. So since that time period, Dow, I've done. I counted the other day. I've done almost 130 paintings since I started, and that was with a 3-month break where I didn't do a painting, where I wasn't, where I was kind of working on some things. But that's like one of the big benefits I have is I actively enjoy the entire process. Oh, sorry. There are things I haven't liked about the process, but I've worked them out of my process. No worries, Diz. So, I can talk to this down as somebody who's, was in, is in STEM. I find the reason why I get engrossed in painting, or I've gotten engrossed in painting like I have, is because the technical side and components of it. I love how the brain is trying to trick you into seeing things it doesn't. I like how it's like a game. It's like a difficult game to me, right? Because how I think, I need to be thinking about several things at once. It's how I operate, and I got really into that idea, or not idea, but the technical difficulties of oil painting. So that's why I've been so engrossed in learning different things, right? I'm trying to reduce my variables of not understanding certain things to improve my performance, right? And not a lot of people, I can understand people not enjoying it the same way, and that's never, that's why I've enjoyed it as much as I have. I love the technical difficulty of this. But to a certain extent, right? But everything can be kind of breaking down technically, right? Now, I think a lot of fantastic artists understood certain things, like how did Anders Zorn? I don't know if you're familiar with him. He's a famous oil painter. He's my second favorite oil painter. But why was he able to use 4 colors and trick us into seeing greens and purples when the colors weren't that? Because he had a deep understanding of contrast, and he was able to technically use it to fool your brain into thinking it was seeing colors. And that's wonderful. That is an amazing thing. But getting to that technical understanding is so impressive and something I want to strive for. I want to be able to understand and execute it when I paint. But so it's not necessarily, I'd say, about like violating the principles more or less, but it's about understanding it to such a degree that I can employ it as my own tool, which I guess is very directly related to engineering. Right, so it's like, for example, like why does, like I've seen some people use wall art, so I look up. Why do people, like I try and figure out why people use wall art. I see some oils made in safflower oil. Why would they use safflower? Okay, that's their reason, right? Those are kind of like the depths of it that interest me. And yeah, that's just. And I watch a lot of people paint because I see like their decisions, and then I'll start thinking, why would they approach it like this, right? Because I've seen other people that I respect do it a certain way. And then they'll say, well, I just like doing it that way, and that leads me down another rabbit hole. Because now I want to figure out, well, how did they get to that point? Yeah. That's one thing I'm kind of weak at overall, but like is some of those like, so the like, all right, the things that I think I'm weak at, and I know they exist, but like I haven't employed them well, or I haven't like learned them well enough, are like actively working with planes of the face, right? I understand they exist, but it's something I haven't consciously thought about too much while I've been painting. There are things like, right, only painting shapes, right? Which I know is a big deal, but I haven't actively thought about it enough while I paint. And so yeah, it's like, there are so many elements, right? So like, why do we call these certain guys masters, right? They were able to kind of do a lot of things that where a lot of us struggle with an individual one. But that's just partly why I enjoy it so much. I'm going to get there. I have a strong belief that, like, if I continue working on things the way that I do, that I will get to a point where I'm satisfied with it. But I'm also knowing that that's not an easy. I'm also very aware that that's like much easier said than done. And what I'm saying sounds like something I would say. But I'm gonna dream, damn it. But I'll also have a good fucking time when I do it. apologize for like rambling at you. I just I enjoy talking about this. That is interesting. The Flemish people were big pioneers in a lot of painting techniques. And paint making techniques, by the way. That they kept secret. They had like a group of people that kept like techniques secret for a while. Which I find kind of fun. I'm NL, sir. I have to know this. Wait, Netherlands? Oh wait, what is NL again? Or does that mean you're Flemish? Yeah, Netherlands? Okay. Yeah, I remember you being from one of those... from one of those countries. So, like, do you know, like, they came up with the methodology for creating lead white, if you didn't know? Or flake white, I should say. But they kept it secret for a long time. Oh, you're an import? Okay. I would really like to go to Europe for a period of time. Oh fuck, where did that go? If I get like financial freedom, like if I could ever make my living from art, I want to do Europe for a bit. I think that's too dark. I think that's too dark. Alright, Hippie Kush? Hippie Kush. That's what I'm going with. Thank you for the follow. Oh, you're originally from Florence? Awesome. That's really cool. If you Kush, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm happy to answer any questions. Oh, no worries. Well, if you need that, tomorrow we're making oil paint. I'm starting at 4 o'clock Central, American time. So if you have any interest in making oil paint, stop by tomorrow. And thank you very much. That's very kind. once I finish these stems, this should go a lot faster. Because the background really doesn't matter. Oh, awesome, hippie fish. That's really cool. Doubt, I don't know the exact reason. I do know that they kept they kept the recipe for how they make flake white like a secret for like hundreds of years. They also pioneered some other techniques that other areas like also coincidentally did. Like they had their own version of glazing, I believe, separate from like what Rembrandt was working on, or like kind of like doing. Or no, wait, Rembrandt was before the Flemish. The Flemish were in the 1700s, like the Flemish masters. They're just not that well known. But they also claimed, that's it. In the late 1800s, they claimed that they were able to make, so I talked about this earlier, but the first industrial pigment to be made was alizarin crimson. And they did this through a chemical process where they would introduce metallic salts into the dye. It would create an insoluble pigment. Apparently, some Flemish guys said that they've been doing that for a long time, and they disputed the patents. However, there's not we don't have proof of that per se. But there's they've disputed some well, we actually created that first. I do know that the flake white one is proven. And do you want to know how they made flake white, by the way? I'll tell you how they did it. It's super interesting. Alright, hit a kush. So, flake white is also called lead white. And there is a company that still does it in this manner. Sorry, guys. So, flake white, what they would do is they take lead, right? As is the name. They, basically get it into a thin sheet, right? Think like a sheet that's we'll say a centimeter thick, right? A centimeter thick sheet. The length, I forget what the length. But then they roll it up into a spiral, right? So they roll it up. And so then they get this log of lead. They put it in a clay jar vertically, and at the bottom of the clay jar there'd be a reservoir of vinegar. So part of the spiral was sitting in vinegar. They'd close the container it was in, so it'd be completely closed, and then they buried all these pots in horse shit. I'm not kidding. They'd cover them with horse shit, and they'd let them sit for. It was, I want to say, months. I want to say it was at least a month. And through that process, a chemical reaction occurred that would do something to the lead that turned it white. And it would flake off. So it actually produced that consistency, and that's how it got the name flake white, is because the lead would flake off. So some people, I've never used lead white, so I can't attest to this, but they say that flake white made that way has a different consistency when you're using the paint. I can't attest to that. That's just what some people have said. But that was the Flemish, and apparently other types of poop didn't work. It was specifically horse shit that worked. And it was a refined process. They had drawings. They had engineering drawings of the clays. It was that's how we know that they came up with it as early as they did. And that is how they make flake white. If you see my redeems, I have historical paint facts because I love this shit. But I'm happy to just tell them even if you don't redeem it. But if you wanted to hear one at a given time, that's another way to get me to say it. Because there's a lot of fun ones. There's a lot of fun pigment facts. Yeah, it's wonderful. It's I love learning about it. I love hearing about it. I watch videos on it just because I'm a big fucking nerd, and it's wonderful. God, I love being a nerd. Do you game at all? I have in the past. I've been into miniatures for periods of time. Nothing recently. I played Magic the Gathering for a long period of time, and I'll get back into that every once in a while. Like my favorite computer game right now is just 7 Days to Die. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but it's like a zombie survival game. I love it. I actually have more of an interest in like programming than I do with gaming in general. Correct. I mean, I could, if you wanted me to tell you something doubt of like my knowledge of certain people, I'll happily, just ask. I have to say my art history, as far as people and their paintings, is not as good as like pigment and paint. Oh, it's your wife's favorite game? I love 7 Days to Die. I have so many hours in that shit. Love it. I like playing with the mods too. And they just had a big update. Boris Vallejo or Julio. I've heard of. Well, so I know the name Vallejo because of the acrylic brand paint for miniatures, but I don't know if that's the guy who started it, and I'm not familiar with Julio. So if it's Boris Vallejo or Vallejo Acrylics, then I guess I have some knowledge of it. But I don't know about like any of his paintings or anything, or like or of his artistic works. Oh, cool. Okay. Did the Vallejo start the miniature paint brand? Or just like the small acrylic tube stuff? But if they're oil painters, it... Interesting. There is one of the most popular brands of acrylic paints for miniatures is Vallejo, with that spelling that you have. Yeah, that happened with, well, sadly I didn't have people who played Warhammer with me, so like I was just always kind of more into the painting of it when I was a kid and stuff. Um, but that was just like I don't know, fairly normal. I wanted to play it, don't get me wrong, but I just didn't have people who shared my love for it. Orcs are fun. Yeah, I had a few different Space Marine chapters. I was originally into fantasy. When I was playing, I was in like elementary school and I was into fantasy. But then I got into 40K later on. Yeah, Dizdaz, thanks for hanging out. I'll take a look at your progress on Instagram. Thank you so much, Diz. Thanks for hanging out. It's always awesome when you're here. You are welcome. And don't forget about tomorrow. Thank you, that's very... I appreciate that. Sorry it took so long. Yep. Fantastic. Well, we're going to have a good time tomorrow. You're welcome. Yeah, rest well. Have a good sleep. We will see you tomorrow. Or else. And Hippie, salamanders are my favorite chapter too. That's the chapter I had. That was the first one I had too. I had an infatuation with them. I liked the Flesh Terrors. Because I kind of picked stuff based on the lore. And I enjoyed the lore of those chapters a lot. Yeah. I love the lore of Warhammer is just wonderful. It's so entertaining. Have you like watch any YouTube channels with the lore? That is something I go into time and time. Just because it's interesting. Yeah, Luton, in my opinion, is the best one. Major Kill is fine sometimes, but he can be a little edgy or frustrating with his with some of his language, in my opinion. At 8 hours and 40 minutes and some fucking mushrooms. You're almost there. Oh, sweet. I'm not. Dizdaz, who just left, said she was painting some mushrooms. And she suggested I do it. And I thought that was a good idea because there was a lot of interesting photography on mushrooms. And so I was down. There's a lot of awesome photos of mushrooms. See, I'm being a coward. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Sometimes I get short because I'm very I can be hard on myself while I'm painting. this is going to be way too bright, I think. But if I adjust the pressure, put in little marks, hopefully that adds something for somebody. But I might do more shrooms in the future because there was a lot of awesome non Photoshop shit. So, you know, I'm obviously biased towards oil. I would say make that decision based on what you what you view the strengths of the two different mediums are, right? So, for example, if you want to paint realism, Hippie Kush, and you want to have access to a good range of colors with strong paints, I suggest choosing oils. If you want to paint like mystical fantasy stuff with like high detail, I would recommend going acrylics. I would probably make your decision based upon that. And what you like, and how you want to proceed with like stuff you want to paint. So, do you envision yourself wanting to pursue oils? Like, do you want to do realism landscapes, or do you want to, like, fantastical? Like, so, like, what I'm saying is, like, when you paint your landscapes, are you going to see a color and want to match the color exactly? Or are you going to take some, like, liberty, right? Or are you going to, like, you know, do, like, this is no implication of something that's wrong. But this might inform you on which one might be a better fit. Yeah, you know what? I don't even know if you want this advice, so I apologize if I'm familiar with the name, not the paintings. Was he the one who created Payne's Gray, or was responsible for Payne's Gray? Well, Payne's Gray was a mixture of black and ivory black and ultramarine blue. And apparently, he used it so much that he got a paint maker to make it for him. Just like if you've ever heard of Van Dyke Brown was basically the same story. He used a combination of ivory black and raw umber so much that he got in like a manufacturer to make it for him. And then they just kind of dubbed it Van Dyke Brown. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. G-Humor. How are you doing? Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, the big advantage oils, right? If we're talking about what advantages oils give you, it's the long drying time, and it's the higher quality of paint. So oil paints carry, and this is just a fact, they carry more pigment than acrylics do on average, and that allows you to mix colors easier, and provides you with that drying time needed to actually mix your colors, right? So I mean, like if you're painting realism, I think you should pursue using oils personally. You're free to disagree, but that is currently my stance. And Jumer, if you see, I actually do a lot of portraits. Portraits are the thing I do generally the most. So if you take a look at my Instagram, you can see a lot of my portraits. The link is below. This is my first mushroom painting. Alright, peeps, I think we're into the home stretch. Oh, how did that get so desaturated? I really appreciate your input. Thank you. No, I did not. Panatberry, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Hippie, I went to school for engineering. Thank you, Jumer. I do all those on stream, Jumer. I do paintings from start to finish on stream. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. So yeah, I don't have a... The knowledge I have accrued has been because of my own maniacism. And my own research. I'm a goddamn maniac, alright? Hippie, don't forget this. I'm a maniac. Well, some of this paint's already drying. Only painting with thick paint. Alright, let's see how interesting I can make this better. Alright, Hippie Kush, I do see your question. I'm going to answer, doubt, the historical paint fact. Alright, okay, Doubt, are you familiar with the paint, or the pigment? Make it a good one, alright. And if you don't like this one, I'll give you another one. Are you familiar with Indian Yellow? The color Indian Yellow? Okay, sure. I don't believe you, but that's fine. Indian Yellow was originally created in India. I think it was the 1800s. I think the 1800s, don't hold me to it. But it was created because an English painter, don't know the name, he saw that the cow's urine was exceptionally, it's a deep yellow. It's a strong, warm yellow, and it's not very bright. But this painter noticed that this cow's urine was a deep yellow, much more so than other cows. And he noticed that the cows were only eating mango leaves. And so basically what they saw was that these cows were essentially diabetic from only eating mango leaves, and that they produced this urine of this color. So he had people collect the urine, he dried it out, and it turns out it was usable as a pigment, which later became Indian Yellow. Alright, and then Hippie Kush. If you weren't satisfied with that, I'll give you another. Hippie Kush, I'd say the number one thing for anyone painting is very simple. is if you don't enjoy the process, if you don't enjoy the entirety of the process of painting, you shouldn't be painting like how you are. Like, as in, if you don't like the things that go into oil painting, then you shouldn't be painting with oil painting if you don't enjoy it, right? If you go into painting only waiting for the outcome of the result and not actively enjoying the entire process, then you should try something else. Sorry, Doubt. But that's a lot of pigment history. Yeah, hippie, like, here's the thing, right? I as somebody who is like an obsessive, and I get obsessed with shit, I think it's really, really important that you find joy in something that, in the stuff that you do every day. Because, like, I literally watched 4 hours of videos on what type of drying oil is the right thing to use. I watched a video on copper panels yesterday. I watched a video on varnishes, and I enjoy it. I wasn't doing that out of some weird, like, need to know it. I enjoyed it, and I want to try and understand these things better, right? And I'm not saying that to be good at, like, oil painting, you have to like that type of shit. But if you don't like, you know, mixing colors, or if you don't like, I don't know, just like, if you feel overwhelmed with doing the cleanup or doing something else, then it's not going to be right for you, because that's not going to change. And I actually feel very strongly on that point. But now, if you wanted a more specific thing towards oils, I can give you more, like, specific stuff with regards to oils from my experience. See, I've been like that, hippie, but, like, to a certain extent, it's like, I'll revisit them, like, you know, with some regularity for the things that really I enjoy. And coincidentally, oil painting has been one of the things that I've kind of, like, enjoyed for the longest period of time. And it really has not, like, dwindled for me. Because, from what I think is just the technical difficulty. So I do understand that sentiment. Frankly, like I said, it just hasn't happened to me with oil paints. But once again, I think that's, like, the thing about why I say, like, you have to enjoy doing it, because you have to be able to put up with the bad stuff. Like, you know, I'm not going to say I enjoy brush cleaning. Brush cleaning sucks. I don't particularly enjoy cleaning my palette, but this part of it, I fucking love it. And Doubt, by the way, a lot of historical pigment facts are kind of gross. Remember that. Yeah. Coplemetics, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. Royal Purple, I think it's like the official name is Tyrian Purple, right? Made from the glands of a snail. And I want to say it's like somewhere in the range of like 7,000 to 10,000 snails to make a gram of it. There's a guy, I watched a video on it, a guy is still trying to continue that process today. Because they have to take the glands, they have to individually take out the glands out of the snails by hand. And then they have to ferment them. And then they have to dry it. It is quite the process. Painting everything's so soft. I don't think Tyrian Purple was ever an oil paint, though. I think they left it for. I think they left it for watercolors and for dyeing clothes. I think. I'm not aware of it ever being used as an oil paint pigment. Yeah, bugwash. Ridiculous. Gouache in here. No, I probably like gouache if I tried it to a certain extent, but I just don't have any particular interest. This brush is too soft. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Yeah, that's they like. Yeah, it has a higher pigment load. I know that. It has much more body to it. Because one of the big issues with watercolors, a lot of the watercolor colors are not light fast, or they have more light fast issues. hopefully I can make some sense out of this background. Took away any color variation in that corner. Fantastic. Great job. I did not expect this painting to take 9 hours. I really dicked around a lot on this one. Actually, I still got about a half hour into this thing. I wouldn't say how it happens a lot of the time, at least in my experience, is that I end up spending too much time on something that when I don't know if you were here when I was talking about like my confidence, like confident brush strokes, is I tend to like attribute it to I don't paint confidently a lot. So I'll be going over like the same areas. So things that I thought if I painted confidently it would go super simple. Like it would be like there are very talented painters. There are painters who could do what I just did in 9 hours and an hour and a half, right? But part of that thing is that they paint confidently, right? They understand they're better at seeing values than I am. They are better at seeing colors than I am. And it's like a combination of a lot of these things, right? So things that I might have gone over 2 or 3 times, they're like, oh no, that's it, I got it, So stuff like that. Yep. I mean, I'm trying to work towards getting myself to the point where it's like, oh no, I understand how I need to approach this, and yeah, I just, I'm not angry at myself for it. I just know that it's part of what my progression is with learning the things that I'm trying to learn. So part, like, It's part of the journey. But I'm hoping this part will go faster. Because a lot of this is going to be like, I'm going to try to achieve realism through abstraction. So the focal point will be here and basically there. Yeah, I think so. I think the warm colors and the green, I think will help with that quite a bit. So thank you. I thought so too when I was picking out this reference. I think this needs to be stronger greens than what I have next to. But having this variation of green color isn't the worst. So let's do desaturated. What I should do is this. Use a lot of yellow on this paint. My most expensive paint. Thankfully, I found my yellow pigment as well, so I get to make my yellow as well. So, and it's gonna be a lot cheaper than this too. So I'm stoked about that. Uh, 4 o'clock Central. 4 o'clock Central. That is probably too bright. Awesome. It's going to be a lot of high-paced paint making. No, in reality, the process isn't like super fast, but I'm going to do a lot of like talking. I'm going to do a lot of, obviously I'm going to make it, but it's going to be, I want it to be so if people want to explore this as an option, they can see what goes into it. That's my goal. If they just want to see me make paint, so be it. Your shit, Mama Talks just gave me a shout out. It will be a wonderful change. You know, frankly, it's a good option. Like, it's a very good option to make your own paint. It's a lot. It's gonna save me roughly 70% for making my own paint. Now I use expensive paint. So, you know, that's not the case for everybody. But I think there are some people that it will benefit to know that it's an option. But I also think that there's a lot of safety risks associated with making your own paint. That's why I'm kind of like somewhat insistent that if you attempt to make your paint, that you know the risks associated with it, and they're most likely different than what you expect them to be. Because oil painting is not as risky as people make it out to be. It really isn't. There are certain elements of oil painting that can be risky. And that's partly what I want to show in the stream. Maybe. Is the background starting to be convincing at all? Blink twice for yes. Alright, there we go. Alright, sweet. Oh yeah. I should really be like doing this area. I don't know why I haven't. Just kind of a jumble of colors. But I have to introduce some darker values. In there. Yeah, no, there's definitely more. I'm like, I basically, I'm shifting my attention to this area right by the brightly lit stuff. For now. I'm going to revisit the other stuff, though. That didn't mean that, yeah, sorry. I didn't mean that that other stuff was done. More of, am I on the right track? Well, thank you. So there's like a lot of lines here. For some reason my brush was not making marks. Go layer. That back in. I wasn't happy with how it was. Let's do it. There. This is one of the paintings that I've used the least amount of white that I've used in a long time. Very interesting. So this painting was all this painting was all very saturated. Well, I'm trying to mix accurate colors, right? So, yes, deliberately. Like, I didn't have the intention of saying I'm not going to use white. It's just that all the colors in this were turned out to be like very yellow. Because I'm color. What's it? I measure my colors, and so a lot of the stuff in here is just very warm and saturated. Usually white comes up a lot more when there's a lot of like desaturated colors. That's when white comes up. But frankly, in this painting, there just isn't. So if I'm having trouble picking out a color, I will use Photoshop to pick it out, and help me figure out what it is. I use this as a tool to help me see color better. A cheat, yep, absolutely. There is no guilt in using the tools that you have available to you. It has helped me a lot with seeing color. Personally. Yeah, well, no, you can't see it. I keep it on my knee because, like, I'm not, obviously I need to, like, be able to work and keep that. But, like, if you ever hear my palette knife hitting the ground, it's because I was looking at my palette knife with the paint that I mixed, and the color matcher to see if I was close. Yep. Exactly. But he's just a big dumb cheater. Yeah, I am firmly of the belief that if there's tools available to you that can help you become a better painter, you should use them. The only thing I can say I'm actively against with in the learning process, just learning, this is not attesting to like professional decisions, is tracing drawings. I think if you are in a learning mode, you should not trace. Oh, is it? And next you're going to tell me it's aluminium. Remember, you're talking to an engineer. Ridiculous. Sorry, El Nino. Oh, aluminium. Versus aluminum. The American way of saying it. But technically both are correct. In our own dictionaries, we actually disagree. Let's go back to you. No, you can make it. You can make fun of America in my presence, because I'm going to make fun of America a lot too. Because our politics are just fucking awful. Man. Wait, we're at 9.5 hours now? Fuck, this is gonna be a 10-hour painting? Balls! I was not expecting this. Yeah. I mean, fuck, they had what, Boris Johnson for how long? It even got there? Thank you, Nat665. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Very kind. Feel free to ask any questions you want. Yeah, I bet. I was like, that. So let's try that. Let's try this. A bit of that. Let's go back to you. We're at the portion of the stream where I start talking to myself as a sign of my, we'll say, what's the right word? How fast my thinking is degrading, right? So we call this the buffoon time period. Sponsored by Boris Johnson. Nat. Well, do you paint with anything? Thank you very much, Nat. Or do you paint, or do you or what arts do you partake in? Might be a better way of saying that. I know oil can be intimidating, but there is a place for everybody in the art table. So, Hippie Kush, I use expensive oils. So I use professional brand oils. So I use between three brands that I've been testing out my colors. So one of them is Williamsburg, the other one is Michael Harding, and the other one is Old Holland. They are all extremely expensive. As in, here, this tube of yellow, 150 milliliters, was $107, to give you perspective. Okay? I'm investigating making my own paints because it saves a lot of money. Now, granted, that is my most expensive paint. The same amount of that in titanium white is $30. My ultramarine blue in that same amount is $30. My burnt umber is $30. For Williamsburg. Old Holland and Michael Harding, you can add about 25% to that price for those two brands. However, there's another high-end American brand called Rublev, which can get very expensive as well. And however, they're owned by the company Natural Pigments, and that company is the brand I'm buying my pigments for at those costs. So even buying it from a high-end supplier, I will save that much money on my paints. Now, if you're buying Winton or like student grade oil paints, which is perfectly fine, I'm not like taking a stance against student grade or anything like that. It has its time and its place, and it's great for a lot of people and what a lot of people are doing. I personally got very frustrated with cheaper oil paints with a lot of fillers. Yeah, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Yeah, and that's like I used those paints when I was in my. I mean, I haven't been painting for that long. I've only been painting since October 2021. But I got to a point where I got so frustrated with my painting. Thank you. When I was using them, that I got so frustrated that I just I'm only going to use good paint. And it's led me to analyze it and really think hard about the process and what goes into my oil paints. What makes a good oil paint? Why are student grade student paints? Why do we call them that? I can explain it if people want to know. I found that out. Right. And I learned, so oil paints are actually, their cost is very linearly related to how much pigment is in the paint, right, that you get. So there are student grade paints because what they do is they put in filler materials. So filler materials are materials that don't affect the color, right? They don't actively change the color, and for your volume, they'll have a higher amount of these filler things. So if you've ever gotten like a yellow paint that is just has no tinting strength at all because it's an expensive pigment and you bought it for cheap, and they put a lot of filler in. And there's a time and place for that. So the types of fillers that they use, mainly the most common filler that companies use is chalk. So chalk does not affect the color. And and there's other things. There's some cases glass. So for some pigments, glass works. And there's a few other ones. I can't say their names. I think it's like wolfsonite is one that they use. I don't know where that comes from. I watched a video that had them talking about it. So yeah, that's basically it. The reason why student grade paints are student grade paints is that they put filler materials in there to give you the same volume of paint, but there is less. The ratio of pigment to filler is much lower. And that is it. And that goes with like other mediums too. Like that's the same thing for acrylics and watercolors. They have it might not be the same fillers with regards to watercolors, but you know, for acrylics it is. Now there are certain I know that there's like other like brands preference as far as the fillers that they use do change, like vary, but historically chalk. Oh yeah, I kind of see that. Interesting. How you doing, machine? All right, machine overload. There we go. Sound like you're in manufacturing. Hope you're doing well. Is it 3 o'clock? Son of a bitch. I'm in Central. I'm near Chicago. So, for me, Central Standard Time. Oh, this has unintentionally been one of my longest paintings in a good amount of time. Well, no, I did 9 hours last painting. Fucking A. I need to get the brightest sprites in here. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, so doubt. They use the same pigments. They just use less of the pigments relative to the fillers. So if they say it's if it's student grade cad yellow light, it's the same exact pigment. Well, machine overload. I'm actually making my own paints tomorrow on stream. If you want to see it. This is not a kilogram of cocaine. This is a kilogram of titanium white pigment. I'm making my own oils tomorrow. So if you're interested in seeing that, stop by at 4 o'clock. And so now the thing is, one thing that they do change is for certain colors, they'll create hues. And hues are basically combining two other pigments, usually cheaper, to make another one. So that's why I do not recommend buying hue paints, hue, because they'll mix differently and they'll have different qualities than the original stuff. I don't doubt. But I'll take my goddamn chances. I just need to get it over that border. Yeah, I did a test run of it yesterday, and yeah, there's some annoying things about it with oils. Like I'm not gonna say it's like super easy, but it's most likely easier than what you think. Well, so pigments in when they're in oil are largely not dangerous. Okay, so the only oils paints. Oh, Nat666, thank you for the follow. Sorry, it took me. Okay, no, just happened this way. Thank you for the follow. The only oil paints that have proven, or pigments that have proven dangers to consuming when they're in oil. I'm talking consuming, so it goes in through your like if you accidentally eat some or it absorbs through like your eye. Let's say you rub some in your eyes. The only ones that have proven history of being dangerous are the lead-based pigments, the mercury-based pigments, and the arsenic-based pigment, which very few companies don't make anymore. However, cadmiums, cobalts, the other heavy metals do have proven links when you inhale the pigment. So when the pigment is not binded in oil and you breathe it in, that is where oil paints can get very dangerous. I think this is too bright, maybe. So yeah, I mean, so for example, when I have the pigment out in tomorrow when I'm making it, I'm going to be wearing an N95 mask. It is certified to block the particulate that the paint pigments are at that size. All right. I'm also gonna wear gloves so I don't accidentally get it on my hands and then eat some on accident if I'm like biting my nail. So you take simple measures, but I mean people in these factories work around this shit all year round. There are no paints where the fumes are dangerous. There are no oil paints where the fumes are proven to be dangerous. None. From the pigment. What is dangerous is turpentine. So if you're using turpentine, don't. Stop it. Stop it now. Turpentine fumes can give you brain damage. Proven. Don't eat the lead-based paints. Or the mercury-based paints. So I'm actually not, I'm starting to not use solvents, however, Gamsol. Odorless mineral spirits are what you use. If you want to use a solvent, I'm starting to work them out. I painted this entire painting without solvent. I've just been using thick paint. There's unfortunately there's like a lot of like game of telephone about like the safety and a lot of the details around oil painting when the information like and things where the information is very readily available, right? Like I understand like it's easy to go to YouTube and find a video, but a lot of those people unfortunately don't do adequate research, unfortunately. I get a lot of my information from the pigment company, Natural Pigments. They run studies on this type of stuff, and I'm the type of guy who reads such studies. Yeah, I'm like, oh, that's what I'm missing. Okay. Angry. There's like certain things that I'm like, I feel like it's missing, but we're getting there. I think I'm losing a lot of like color. Like, what are these colors? I haven't really been. Yeah, maybe I've just been. Just take a whole bunch of red. It's not that much red. Then again, I'm gonna re-add these highlights because the color felt off. Now let's see this. Don't come too close. It really does, doesn't it? I've kind of learned that like a lot less is more. A little bit can do so much, especially in these areas where there's just not a lot going on. See, that's two. It's okay if we fuck it up. We'll just go back. I'll just clean it up a bit. Lights become more effective when you have adequate darks. So the reason why a lot of this stuff looks like it's glowing is because there's actually, I put black, because I have black in this game. I am one who thinks that black is a color that we should use actively. I think people say that they don't like that they want to use chromatic blacks, but I don't think they know why people say that. Or why that like theory or thought came in the first place. Now, I don't know how that came into fruition in the first place, but I have suspicions on why. But it pisses me off. That's what I need, I think. I gotta stop this soon because I'm playing around a lot. This could soon turn into more of a mess than what it is. But I'll go until I feel like that's not the case. Well, I'll keep on going until I feel like that's not the case. find some more light. Okay. Let's do everything down there. Okay. Well, I don't want to bust out more yellow. So this will be that one. I didn't save enough of the yellow. That's okay. I'm sighing a lot. I don't know why. I apologize if that's frustrating for anybody. Well, thank you. Yeah, it's just easy to get like self-conscious or in your own head about stuff. It's like, do people notice I'm breathing? Because when you're like what I talked about earlier, I'm thinking about a lot of different things during each like. It may seem like at times I'm making brush strokes willy-nilly, but there is intent. I see something and then there's intent. And so that can put you in like a headspace that's like nothing else exists. Okay. I should stop playing around with that. But awesome. I do that a bit, Doubt. Hippie Coach, thanks for the follow. Thanks for hanging out. It was nice chatting with you. Yeah, and I hope to see you here later. But you know, there will be a VOD if the VOD. Sorry, when the stream's over. In case you missed it, I also post all my stuff to YouTube. So, in case you missed a stream that you wanted to see, that is a good way of putting it, Doubt. I do kind of make it. I put stuff on the line, right? It's like, I'm not leaving until this is fucking done. Because I'm that type of asshole. Throw that in here. Leave it there. I want to leave this alone. I'll leave what people see to their own. Check that. I said something. I was lying. just saw it. I just saw it right here. Okay. The hint. Okay. Oh, Faye Helmet, how you doing? You're catching me in my insanity. But I'm done. I'm gonna call it. Good enough. Oh, you've been lurking all night, Faye Helmet? You didn't say hi? Come on. It's alright. No guilt trips here. Thank you for hanging out and lurking. I appreciate it. Oh, 10 hours and 11 minutes. Now I gotta clean the pad. Oh, I love this so much. I wasted a lot of it. It's unfortunate. I normally save this for my OnlyFans, palette cleaning, but I'm giving you guys a special deal. So much white waste. I really thought I was gonna use more white than that. I thought I was gonna have to use more. Everything was yellow. Everything was orange. I will do that. Thank you for the reminder, Doubt. You know, the realism of the foliage looks better from out here, as it should. There's some stuff on the shrooms that I don't like, but I think it's more compositional. But it also could be a value issue. I think the colors are really good, though. I'm 6 feet away, I'm like 8 feet away. It looks pretty lifelike, though. I'm happy with the realism. It passes the, thank you for that reminder. It does pass the, 6 foot. Yeah, I like it too, Faye. And thank you for that. And Faye, we're making paint in, what time is it? We're making paint in 12 hours? 13 hours. We're making paint in 13 hours. If you wanted to be here for that. Yeah, the blur is. I've done blurs before, and you know, it's like it's kind of just painting. Yeah, no, I do. I know what you're talking about. It's not like my intent is not to make it blurry, but like you just make it abstract and try and hit the values and colors of it, and it usually like your brain kind of tricks you to see it, especially because. Like, it's a trick of a focal point to a certain extent where I spent a lot of time making the shrooms look good, in my opinion. And, but then you see how little I did on the other things, right? But the fact of the matter is that people are not going to look at that background, right? But they'll brain will, like, peripherally will, like, see background elements, right? When we stand 5-10 feet back, right? Because I'm looking at it from like 2 feet away, 1 feet away while I'm painting, and we have to understand that, yeah. Yep. Because right there. We're gonna look there. We're gonna look there. We're gonna look there because those are like the brightest spots. And then there's also the color contrast is all focused. The color and value contrast is all located there. So, I mean, it's partly why I like this reference. I was considering a couple other references too for shrooms. Maybe I'll do those eventually. But I actually feel exhausted after this one. Who would have thought? Oh, I get rated. Light gray. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You caught me at the end here. Hello, Snurbletoffs. Nice to see you, White Gray. Thank you so much, White Gray. I really appreciate it. Yeah, we had a bit of a marathon today. 10 hours and 16 minutes. We are at currently. Spera Era. Nice to meet you. Thank you for stopping in. Thank you so much. Other people were very kind. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. There's some I spent a lot of time. Thank you for the follow, Spare Era. We got through it. And if you're interested, White Gray, I'm making paint in 13 hours. We're gonna stream. We're gonna do a stream where we make some paint. So if you have interest in seeing how oil paint is made, stop on by. Or anyone else. We're going to make oil paint on stream. For the whole world to see. Officially, gloves are off. Yeah. Yeah, if you know, if you're interested, but I know a lot of people have interest in that, so. But yeah, 13 hours, because I thought I was going to be able to do this painting in 6. I really thought I was. I didn't see any reason why, like, oh, this is not going to be that bad. Bam. 10 hours go by. But how was your stream, White Gray? What were you doing today? Oh, nice. I love me a good horror game, or I like watching horror games. I don't like playing them that much. I love watching. I love watching Phasma. Well, that's how you do save Christmas. That's the only way to save Christmas. That's funny. That's very poetic, and that's fitting for you. We made sure the night was silent. Oh, that's funny. Does anybody have any recommendations for a raid? Because Papa needs to get some sleep. That's not bad from there. We are in the degen hours. We really are, White Gray. Oh. Oh, I think I recognize her. April Reed. Does anybody know April Reed? It looks like she's going to do some type of painting. All right, we are going to go there. Oh, fantastic. Doubt, would you be willing to do me a favor and explain why I'm just going to raid and run? Oh, is it? That's fine. We're all adults here. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I need to clean up and get some sleep. Yeah, thank you so much, White Gurry. I really appreciate it. And yeah, we'll catch you next time. Sorry I couldn't hang out. Well, sorry I couldn't hang out for long, but thanks for sticking around too. Unlike me. Anyways, all right, we're gonna start the raid. Thanks everybody. 13 hours till paint making. So we'll see y'all later. Doubt, I had a lovely time talking with you. Thanks again for chatting, White Gray. Thank you so much. Anybody else who's there who can hear me? Thank you. And we're gonna start this raid. And take it easy, Doubt. I'll do my best.